as in China, and unlike Soviet Russia, the social landscape of Latin America makes for a far more fertile soil for Castroids than it ever did for Peronismo. Just as China's social and cultural landscape favored Maoism at the expense of the more orthodox form of communism imported from Moscow, Peron operated out of a highly sophisticated nation with the highest overall standard of living in Latin America and a hardly disguised contempt for other poorer and more backward Latin. His urban revolutionary appeal was slight in those areas with greatest revolutionary potential: the Indian, populated Andes, Northeast Brazil, Central America, Guyana, and the Caribbean, those very areas that were immediately canvassed by Castroids with their bearded bohemianism and guerrilla warfare apparatus, so different from Peron's well-tailored, almost elegant, brand of social reform. A great deal of ink has been spilt over the nature and degree of Fidel Castro's involvement with communism. The involvement is real, but does not and never did imply any kind of subordination to Moscow or Peking. It is a brand new form of communist action, adapted to the Latin temper, a tropical, wordy, exuberant, romantic communism, completely sui generis. North Americans misunderstood the real nature of the problem, and a pointless controversy raged on for years as to the true character of that baffling revolution. It should be recalled from the start that, almost alone among all Latin American nations, Cuba was an economic colony of the United States, in the full sense of the word. In fact, it was touch and go whether, after the Spanish-American War, the island would be incorporated into the United States along with Puerto Rico, or set out on the course of political independence. After a number of American military interventions, Cuba merely sank to the position of a powerless economic appendage. United States investments, to the tune of roughly $2 billion, came to dominate all its strategic industries and services: telephone, electricity, railroads, raw sugar, cattle ranches, oil, and major tourist facilities. Several attempts at revolution came to nothing, thanks to the ominous presence or threat of United States Marines. Fidel Castro's successful revolt, overthrowing the gory dictatorship of Fulgencio Batista, was followed by a period of transition. After the short breathing spell, he promptly expropriated all the vast American holdings and launched the most profound social revolution ever attempted in Latin America. The United States had reluctantly accepted Mexico's expropriation of American property decades before, without raising the specter of communism. Not so this time. It was Castro's agrarian reform law that made North Americans prick up their ears and wonder whether Castro was not, after all, a dyed in the eye wool Communist 284, regardless of the fact that, at that time, Cuba's bona fide Communist Party, Partido Socialista Popular, had next to no influence on the revolutionary government. 285. From then on, one misreading of the true situation after another brought matters to a head, from the disastrous Bay of Pigs expedition in 1961 to the fateful nuclear confrontation with Soviet Russia in 1962. The truth of the matter is that Fidel Castro's advisors had always inclined toward Marxist socialism as a vague intellectual framework, but not toward a formal allegiance to a communist party, mostly because their revolutionary temper went far beyond the rather timid and compromising policies of the Cuban communists, or of most Latin communists for that matter. Thus, the real situation was far worse than the most rabid anti-communists in North America could have imagined, who, in their rather naive outlook, always thought of communism as the worst political and social menace one could conceive of. The real situation was that Cuba had fallen into the hands of genuine, uncompromising revolutionaries, dedicated men who were determined to overthrow the entire social order, and worked at it with fanatical zeal. growing American hostility, and the threat of actual American military intervention on the old pattern, added to the economic chaos introduced by the complete socialization of Cuba's economy, brought about Castro's uneasy military and economic alliance with Soviet Russia. Without Russia's economic assistance, the whole Cuban Revolution would have come to a dismal end. As for the military alliance, it provided Cuba with a useful leverage to offset the United States' crushing superiority, which leverage was brutally snatched from Castro's hands when Moscow, intimidated by Washington's determination, withdrew its missiles in the fall of 1962. From then on, although desperately in need of Russia's economic assistance, Castro decided to go his own revolutionary way, regardless of the communist toes on which he was treading. One would have thought that after Russia's bitter retreat in the fall of 1962, Castro would have turned to Peking for support, but he did nothing of the kind. He proceeded to do what Mao Tse-tung had done a generation earlier, to create his own brand of revolutionary communism, adapted to the time and place where he intended to exert his influence. That is, the whole of Latin America in the 1960s, and enough, possibly beyond. Although Nikita Khrushchev told President Kennedy at the Vienna meeting in 1961 that he did not consider Castro a communist, Castro now insisted more than ever on keeping the label, and soon made plain that he was in the process of developing his own trademark without any advice from the foreign old-timers. At the Afro-Asian Latin American Solidarity Conference held in Havana in January 1966, Fidel Castro lashed out at Red China for having both their exports of rice to and purchases of sugar from Cuba. The Chinese replied with equal sharpness, threatening an open break between the two countries. A year later, when Russian Premier Alexei Kosygin went to Cuba after the Glassboro meeting with President Lyndon Johnson to complain about Castro's peculiar brand of revolutionary warfare, Cuba's dictator told him in plain words to mind his own business. A bitter pill for the head of the biggest communist power, which was then pumping over $1 million worth of economic aid daily into Cuba, while Soviet Russia was trying to increase its influence in Latin America through an expansion of trade and active diplomatic work, with the cooperative assistance of the local regular communist parties. Castro bluntly stated that this policy could only assist the very oligarchies he, Fidel Castro, was pledged to overthrow, nor was this an empty threat. Cuba's Dirección General de Inteligencia was set up in the 1960s to become the fountainhead of armed subversion throughout the Western Hemisphere, organizing and supporting thousands of armed guerrillas in a half-dozen countries in the late 1960s. In Venezuela, Peru, and Guatemala, thousands of regular soldiers began chasing a few hundred guerrillas and terrorists. In Colombia, the indigenous guerrilla warfare, which had hitherto been plain banditry, was being gradually politicized by Castrite agents. A small handful of guerrillas settled themselves in Bolivia, hundreds of miles southeast of La Paz, to make life miserable for the Bolivian army, and hundreds of Castrite terrorists began to roam the jungles of Guatemala. Many of these guerrilla expeditions fared badly at first, especially in Bolivia, where the American trained and advised army eventually captured and killed Castro's erstwhile companion, Ernesto Che Guevara, and in Peru, where the army successfully put down the first uprising in the Andes. These first failures did not discourage the Cuban leaders who remembered Castro's 1953 failure at the Moncada fortress. They went right on working on the startup of new operations in another half-dozen countries: Paraguay, Guyana, Honduras, and Panama, among others. Yet in most instances, not only did the guerrillas receive no assistance from the local communist parties, most of the time, they found them intensely hostile. When a squad of Cuban and Venezuelan terrorists landed on the Venezuelan coast in the spring of 1967, with the ostensible aim of linking up with hundreds of guerrillas already ensconced high up in the Andes. Venezuela's clandestine Communist Party's Central Committee bitterly denounced the insurrectional line of the Cuban, trained guerrillas, and even paid for newspaper advertisements to make sure everyone would know exactly where it stood. Meantime, Douglas Bravo, head of the Venezuelan guerrillas, while endorsed by Fidel Castro as the authentic leader of the Marxist-Leninist revolution, was expelled from the Venezuelan Communist Party. In its daily El Siglo, the Chilean Communist Party attacked the Castroites with rare violence, while the Chilean socialists found themselves, out of anti-communist spite, defending Castro-style guerrilla warfare against the communists, who are supposedly to their side left. 289. The ZDUNI Chilean Communist Party's denunciation was one, then reprinted in Moscow's Pravda with an accompanying article blasting Castro's meddling in the revolutionary affairs of other Latin American countries, and complaining that Castroite adventurism would damage the entire communist movement in the hemisphere, and he might end by providing a free gift to imperialism. A few months later, Rodolfo Gioldi, member of the Argentine Communist Party's Executive Committee, took the defense of Russia's efforts to improve relations with the existing Latin American governments and lambasted the Cubans for committing every sin under the Marxist sun: Maoism, Trotskyism, anarchism, petty bourgeois nationalism, and pointed to Che Guevara's death and the collapse of guerrilla movements in Bolivia in 1967 as a perfect example of the futility of guerrilla warfare in general. Reprinted in Pravda, it betrayed the repressed anger of Moscow at Cuba's open defiance. To settle matters once and for all, a gathering of all the Latin American revolutionary organizations took place in Havana during the summer of 1967, boycotted by the Communist parties of Venezuela, Argentina, and Brazil. What was significant about this meeting were not the endless squabbles and petty quarrels between delegates, but the general atmosphere and the conclusions hammered out at Cuba's dictation. The complete rejection of satellisation by Peking as well as Moscow. The clear statement that a third road to revolution was valid, not only for Latin America, but for the whole world. The major slogan, uttered again and again, the duty of every revolutionary is to make revolution. The complete absence of any portrait of Marx or Lenin, while a huge portrait of Simón Bolívar dominated the proceeding. The forceful rejection of theoretical dogmatism and philosophical hair-splitting, which is one thing the Russians and the Chinese share a taste for. The emphasis on concrete situations and violent action. An even more specific condemnation of Peking's communism as being dogmatic, sectarian, and unsuited to Latin America. Quite clearly, a revolutionary movement was developing in Latin America, masterminded in Cuba, which owed no allegiance to either Moscow or Peking, and perhaps the most significant, as well as ironical, Symbol of the true position of Castroism is the fact that Che Guevara's death went unlamented in Moscow, while stirring up such a feeling in Franco's Spain that the main Falangist newspaper in Madrid deplored his death openly and compared him with Simón Bolívar and José Martí. A century and a half ago, wrenched Latin America forever from the tyranny of Spanish rule. Thus, by this odd fusion of political extremes, there was fascist Spain deploring the death of the United States' most bitter communist enemy in Latin America, while Moscow contemplated it almost with relief. The truth of the matter is that Castroism is not communism at all, but a reincarnation of what was, at one time, its worst enemy, anarchism. The hidden similarities between Castroism and anarchism are no accident. The plain fact is that, of all possible revolutionary types of action, anarchism is the one most suited to the individualistic and undisciplined Latin temper. Nor should it be forgotten that Cuba remained under Spanish rule and influence until the very end of the 19th century, far longer than any continental Latin American nation, and as such provided a natural springboard for the penetration of Spanish-type anarchism in the Western Hemisphere. A glance at the history of anarchism in Spain is bound to throw some light on the future of Castroism in Latin America. From its inception in 1868, when the Italian Fanelli, a disciple of Bakunin and a companion in new arms of Garibaldi, arrived in Madrid and lit the fire, all the way to the eve of the Spanish Civil War, when the movement had mushroomed to include roughly 2 million members, as against only a few thousand Spanish communists. The difference between the two movements cannot be more pungently expressed than by stating that, whereas the anarchist wants to be, the communist wants to do. Both Latins and anarchists want above all to strike an attitude, to safeguard the individual's dignity against real or alleged offenders. They are not determined doers or silent builders. They are actors. Life is a grand stage, and the acting is more important than the play. In anarchism, the revolutionary Latin finds a highly congenial movement, one which is not burdened with Marxist philosophy or Leninist dogmatics, one which does not want to capture state power and instill discipline, but wants to destroy both state and concentration of power. Bakunin was a Russian, but he could just as well have been a Latin when he wrote, "All exercise of authority perverts, and all submission to authority humiliates." While anarchism had its terroristic vogue throughout Europe around the turn of the century, it was only in Spain, and to a lesser extent in Italy, that it became a mass movement with redoubtable potential. An international anarchist conference held in Berlin in 1922 specifically repudiated the Leninist theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat and advocated the outright abolition of every state function in social life. By then, the only mass movements left in Europe were Spain's dreaded Federación Anarquista Ibérica and the huge Confederación Nacional de Trabajo, the powerful gathering of Spanish trade unions. Their equivalent in Italy, prior to the advent of fascism, were the Unione Anarchica Italiana and the Union Sindacale Italiana. They all went down the drain of history under the forthcoming dictatorships of Mussolini and Franco. Nor was there much possibility of European anarchism leading anywhere, since it sought not the conquest of political power, but its suppression. Its main claim to fame in Europe rested on the important part played by the militarized anarchists during the Spanish Civil War. The main point, however, is that it flourished temporarily in Latin countries, and that it struck a chord in the Latin soul, the chord of instinctive passion, of striking attitudes of protest, of individual, unorganized violence and desire to shock. Just as important, whereas Marxism, Leninism basically apes the materialism of the called capitalist societies and wants a fairer distribution of material goods. The anarchist is essentially ascetic. While he thirsts for total freedom, he also thirsts for the leisure of the simple rural life and for the retrieval of an individual dignity lost in the soulless machinery of an increasingly complex industrial society. The strict discipline of the communists and their Jesuitical habit of subordinating moral principles to political expediency repel the anarchists. In a sense, Hispanic anarchism owed little to Bakunin's theories, and far more to the first guerrillas of modern times, to the Spanish partidas who fought Napoleon's invasion of Spain. As Gerald Brennan noted in The Spanish Labyrinth, if anyone doubts that much of what is called anarchist today is merely unadulterated Iberian, let him compare the famous call for organized indiscipline pasted up by the FAI on the walls of Barcelona in August 1936, at the time when Durruti's column was getting ready for its march on Saragossa, with the description by an intelligent eyewitness of the organization of the guerrilla war against Napoleon, after the regular armies had all been beaten. One saw growing up a system of war in detail, a kind of organized disorder which perfectly suited the unconquerable character of the Spanish nation and the unhappy circumstances in which it found itself. Thus, in the Latin Iberian framework, guerrilla warfare and anarchism are intimately connected, and it is this connection which might well be vitally important in the Latin America of the near future. While some form of guerrilla warfare is endemic in many parts of Latin America and eventually conquered Cuba in the late 1950s, nothing has given greater impetus to the movement than the fierce and spectacular resistance of the Vietnamese communist guerrillas to a powerful American army in the 1960s. This resistance against America's military might, armed with the latest gadgetry, will, in years to come, prove to be one of the decisive catalysts of Latin America's guerrilla warfares. Not that they can ever be replicas of the Vietnam War. Temperamentally, Vietnamese and Latin Americans are poles apart. The Latin American dream is to fulfill Bolivar's dream. Their latent anti-North Americanism is nourished by memories of the heroic deeds of the Libertador, rather than by the writings of Marx, Lenin, and Mao Zedong. They have hated the enterprising and successful gringos for generations, out of wounded pride, but also out of an instinctive desire to find a scapegoat on which to blame their own shortcomings. Often arrogant, willing to destroy rather than to build, they are likely to find in guerrilla warfare just the kind of natural outlet for what is, essentially, a retrograde impulse. And indeed, anarchism, as compared with Marxism-Leninism, is fundamentally retrograde, looking back to the legendary Siglo de Oro of the remote past, rather than forward to the highly technological and organized future. But it is also far more honest, ascetic, and dedicated to the promotion of human dignity than Marxism-Leninism. Fidel Castro proves to be, deep down, a true anarchist when he emphasizes the inalienable rights of the human person. Political, social, economic, and cultural emphasis, which has always been lacking in true communism. He was not lying when he stated, in a televised speech on May 21, 1959, "Our revolution is neither capitalist nor communist. Our revolution has a position of its own. We want to liberate man from dogmas. We have been placed in a position where we must choose between capitalism, which starves people, and communism, which resolves the economic problem, but suppresses the liberties so greatly cherished by man. I know that Cubans and all Latin Americans desire a revolution that may meet their material needs without sacrificing their liberties. Capitalism sacrifices man. The communist state sacrifices man. It is for this reason that we are trying to make our own revolution. Ai, unavoidable did brew, Baramswa. I nehe. Ah, Nizibdi. Our revolution is not red, but olive green, the color of the rebel army that emerged from the heart of the Sierra Maestra. In fact, it is black as the anarchist flag of the pre-World War II generation. Subsequent flirting with communism and increased dependence on Soviet Russia's economic and military assistance obscured the real nature of Castroism in the early 1960s. But in the later 1960s, the atavistic anarchism of Castroism showed its true colors again at the Havana meeting of the Organization of Latin American Solidarity in 1967. In truth, OLAS is a barely disguised reincarnation of Europe's defunct anarchist movement, adapted to the Latin America of a later generation. Hector Mujica, spokesman for the Venezuelan Communist Party, was perceptive when he stated angrily that Fidel Castro is no communist. None. He is an anarchist and an adventurist who dreams of spreading disorder and chaos everywhere for his personal self-gratification. He is a caudillo who rules his island with his family and a gang of personal followers. Indeed, true communists hate nothing more than anarchy, the bottomless pit into which most revolutions are tempted to fall and against which Marxism, Leninism fights with ruthless, inhuman discipline. In short, the quarrel between Castroism and Soviet-style communism is mainly a replay of the quarrel between the communists and anarchists of an earlier generation, a precious indication that, in spite of temporary reconciliations and alliances of convenience, the chasm between them is so great as to be unbridgeable. For years to come, the vital tension within the Latin American revolutionary movement will be this tension between the black, or olive green, in its new incarnation, anarchist, bent on the destruction of the hated superstructure of civilization, state power, bureaucracy, military and political discipline, capitalist social distinctions, as well as the communist establishments and new classes, and preserver of the individual's dignity. And the red communist, positive, constructive, discipline, fighting the capitalist world on its own grounds, with its own materialism, determined to subordinate and even sacrifice individual dignity, with its Jesuit-like discipline, to the encompassing state. The anarchist spirit is strong today, not only in Latin America, but throughout the world. The same search for dignity which motivates the Latin American revolutionary animates the Arabs, the American Negroes, and in general most of the socially or nationally depressed people's leaders who despise the bourgeois, middle-class Moors of the suburban West and hate with a passion the crushing communist conformity and suppression of individualism. Nowadays, most of the anarchist element is forced by circumstances into the communist mold, in which it fits so ill, is an example of historical pseudomorphism, a historical equivalent of what is known in mineralogy as the shaping of a specific mineral into the form proper to another, usually because of external geological pressure. In a political context, this implies employing the framework of one political faith to achieve the opposite aims, forced into this pseudomorphism by the pressure of a common enemy, in this instance, the expanding American empire. It may well be that the Chilean Communist Party's denunciation of Fidel Castro's revolutionary action as eventually providing a free gift to imperialism will turn out to be prophetic. It is obvious that the United States will not remain idle in front of a clear threat, the greatest challenge to its influence ever built up in the Western Hemisphere. Che Guevara, the anarchist tramp who had mysteriously faded away from Cuba in 1965 in order to organize guerrilla warfare all over Latin America, wrote that given suitable operating terrain, land hunger, enemy injustices, etc. A hard core of 30 to 50 men is, in my opinion, enough to initiate armed revolution in any Latin American country. He then added, one does not necessarily have to wait for a revolutionary situation to arise. It can be created. In the underdeveloped countries of the Americas, rural areas are the best battlefields for revolution. He was to pay with his life for his boldness, but his death is more likely to make him a martyr and an example than the last of his breed. As a form of armed struggle, guerrilla warfare, while eminently suited to the Latin temper, is likely in the future to be broader than is commonly assumed, may even in fact become more international in character. It is by no means fanciful to anticipate the birth of true international brigades made up of younger men from countries other than those of the Western Hemisphere. Young idealists of anarchistic bent who will believe that they are fighting for a just cause. Young men thirsting for adventure and fleeing from the dullness of urban middle-class life. Young men who are desperate for an ideal and believe that they can find their innermost selves through a freely determined exposure to individual danger. There is abroad in contemporary Western society, on both sides of the Atlantic, a profound sickness of the soul, a spirit of revolt against the neat and pat life of suburbia, against middle-class ideals and mores. This disease is spreading fast among the younger, post-war generation who have never been exposed to the actual dangers of regular warfare, nor to the idealism that sustained their elders in armed combat between 1940 and 1945. The unbridled use of drugs and narcotics is only one aspect of this permutation which, in fact, aims at the overthrow of Western society's foundation. These internal émigrés of violent disposition, who seek complete release from the fetters of an increasingly organized society, and who seek some lost self, identity, are likely to turn to guerrilla warfare for a purpose, which will be ready and waiting for them in remote jungles and mountains, where they will find a welcome release from the routinism of civilized life. It is not only young idealists of anarchistic bent who may be tempted to join guerrilla action. There are signs that elements of the Roman Catholic clergy are all set to become involved too, carrying a crucifix in front of them. The saga of the Colombian priest Camilo Torres Restrepo, chaplain of the University of Bogota, is already becoming a legend all over South America. Having joined a Castrate guerrilla group in 1965, he was killed the following year by a detachment of the Colombian army. And more influential in death than alive, he has awakened in the younger, more idealistic segment of the clergy throughout Latin America a new revolutionary spirit, which might even threaten a schism in the Latin American church. And this spirit is not even confined to the Latin American clergy. In January 1968, the rather startling news was released by the headquarters of Maryknoll, the American Roman Catholic Missionary Order, that a group of their missionaries had sought out and linked up with castrate guerrillas in the jungles of Guatemala, and had planned to smuggle light arms into the country for their benefit. Ordered back home to Ossining, New York, and suspended from priestly duties by their horrified superiors. The American missionaries themselves explained that American military and economic pressure was bringing on a revolution in Guatemala, and that in the guerrilla army roaming the jungles of Guatemala, there's a communist here and there in the movement. But they're rare birds. The left has very much a Christian mystique. The fight against this challenge is likely to increase the United States' political and military involvement in Latin American affairs, to the extent, at least, that the local national forces will no longer be able to suppress the guerrillas without substantial North American assistance, especially if, as seems probable, the guerrillas coordinate across national boundaries and straddle the frontiers of neighboring countries in order to take advantage of divergent national policies. As Mao Tse Teng's troops straddled the borders of several Chinese provinces in order to take advantage of the conflicting policies of local warlords. And if the Organization of American States, which largely follows the wishes of Washington, decides on the creation of a multinational OAS force in order to cope with this problem, it is likely that Washington's Pentagon will be in de facto control of it. Whatever the type of response to the revolutionary challenge, it is likely to drag the United States into an increasing interference in the internal affairs of the Latin American nations concerned. In the latest instance, President Lyndon Johnson did not hesitate to send the Marines into the Dominican Republic in 1965, thus taking it upon himself to intervene unilaterally and in full violation of Articles 15 and 17 of the Organization of American States, to which the United States had solemnly committed itself at Bogota in 1940. The probability that the rebel constitutionalist forces were about to defeat the forces of the existing government, possibly facing the United States with the threat of a new Cuba, left Washington little choice but to break its pledge and re-establish, by force of arms, a government subservient to its authority. The OAS meekly followed suit and, belatedly, legitimized this high-handed intervention. Undoubtedly, the willingness and ability thus displayed by the United States to make its imperium respected in the Caribbean are bound to have some salutary effect on all would-be revolutionaries, while raising the expected outcry in Latin America and in the United States itself, and, again, tarnishing its image as a moral, idealistic power. Quite unbothered by this fact, the United States House of Representatives promptly passed a resolution calling for the unilateral use of force against any threat of communism in the hemisphere, which is to say, in clear and open violation of the OAS Charter. The United States was promptly rewarded for the House of Representatives' action by unanimous expressions of outrage in Latin America, including resolutions of condemnation adopted by the Congresses of Colombia and Peru, and by the Latin American Parliament representing 14 countries. In the long run, the inevitable sequence of events is obviously that such strong interference on the part of the United States cannot help but promote further the revolutionary action it is fighting. This Western Hemisphere brand of communism, manarchism, gradually monopolizing and exploiting the latent feeling of hostility toward the United States, which is atavistic throughout Latin America. Simultaneously, the ruling oligarchies and the middle classes of Latin America will be increasingly inclined to rely on United States strength and determination to ward off the revolutionary threat to their wealth. The coming politico-military emergencies are certain to stimulate further this unending process. In other words, and as is the case with many other areas of the world, the United States and Latin America are now irrevocably trapped in a mechanical process of involvement with one another, leading, eventually, to an involuntary but increasingly effective domination of the entire hemisphere by the United States. The shape that this North American domination will assume in this part of the world depends, to a considerable extent, on the power of expansion of Castroism and the degree of success with which its guerrillas meet throughout the hemisphere. Cuba's continental strategy visualizes an increasingly coordinated network of widely scattered guerrilla operations, acting on the assumption that most Latin American societies are rotten to the core and are likely to collapse under the attacks of armed groups, that North Americans are bound to intervene militarily, thus increasing the anti-gringo feelings of the local population, and that, eventually, the pressure of public opinion in the United States will compel Washington to abandon Latin American oligarchies to their sad fate. More likely, the increasing successes of the guerrillas might eventually compel the North Americans to invade Cuba and snuff out Havana's poisonous influence. This would not necessarily mean the end of hemisphere wide guerrilla warfare, but would undoubtedly prompt the Americans to revive their turn. Offered the Zonjai century plan to incorporate Cuba, lock, stock and barrel, into the United States, at great expense, since it would imply lifting the Cuban standard of living up to Puerto Rico's. For instance, indeed, the undoubted success of the Puerto Rican experiment is important of things to come in the Caribbean and Central America. If one could apply the unwieldy expression, Puerto Ricanization, to the process whereby the United States would extend its direct sovereignty to the Western Hemisphere tropics, the nature of its domination would become plain. Not a colonial rule, but a steady process of organic absorption, such as is digesting Puerto Rico itself. It is no accident or coincidence that Venezuela's former president Amaury de Riencourt, who took over from a dictatorship and set up an excellent business-like government in his country, had spent a great deal of his exile in Puerto Rico and had brought back to Venezuela plans and institutions derived from the Puerto Rican experiment, intensely disliked by both right and left. Under constant threat of assassination by such opposite dictators as the Dominican Republic's Trujillo and Cuba's Castro, Betancourt's rule in Venezuela was typical of those that, if long-lasting, might avoid the need for a Puerto Ricanization of the area. In the long run, however, the Betancourt type of democratic stability is not likely to last, and Puerto Ricanization appears to be the only political and economic solution in the Caribbean. In setting up the Alliance for Progress under the leadership of the Puerto Rican Teodoro Moscoso, President Kennedy made full use of Spanish-speaking Puerto Ricans to put his message across to Latin Americans. In the Dominican Republic, after the downfall of dictator Trujillo, President Kennedy and Puerto Rico's Governor Muñoz Marín acted as a team. As a similar president, Governor team may one day operate in post-Castro Cuba. As one expert on Latin America pointed out, the implications of the Kennedy-Muñoz doctrine and policy are far-reaching. The eventual creation of a Dominican Commonwealth analogous to Puerto Rico is a possible outcome. The extension of similar methods to a liberated Cuba is another possibility. Washington and San Juan were forging a potent new instrument for use throughout the Caribbean and Central America. No such process, in any case, can be visualized for South America proper, where North American hegemony will retain the features of a loose protectorate, especially in the more distant South, where massive countries such as Argentina and Brazil will retain a measure of autonomy, and where Castroism may be less of a danger than regular communism. But all over the hemisphere, the fate of Castroism will depend to a large extent on its relations with the regular, old-line communists, and so will the effectiveness of the counter-guerrilla warfare directed from Washington depend on its ability to split the hostile twins. One race in Africa. In the long run, nothing will have quite as much influence on the development of the American empire, its extension, character, and duration, as the nature of race relations within the United States. Race relations implying primarily the relationship between Negroes and whites, and only secondarily community problems affecting other minorities such as Puerto Ricans, Mexican Americans, Indians, Chinese, and Japanese. The problem affecting the relations between Negroes and whites is of much vaster dimension. Vaster because of the figures involved. Since Negroes make up almost 12% of the total population of the United States, and also vaster because of the greater depth of feeling involved in black and white relationship. If we look back at the turn of the century, when the United States was first beginning to flex its imperial muscles, it is quite clear that the main obstacle to imperial expansion was the fear of having to absorb too many non-white people as eventual citizens. Since the whole ethos of the American nation was opposed to colonial extension in the sense of keeping alien populations in indefinite subjugation for the benefit of the mother country. There had been enough trouble with the American Negroes after the Civil War to give the anti-imperialists plenty of ammunition. Rather than respect for democratic tradition, it was racial prejudice that stood in the way of the acquisition of a much larger empire than actually came into Washington's possession. The racial argument was used time and again by the anti-imperialists, unsuccessfully in the case of Hawaii, but more successfully when it came to contemplated annexations in Central America and the Caribbean. Besides, the new and more sophisticated form of colonialism, economic colonialism, could very well be divorced from a strictly political domination. Pseudo-political independence was quite compatible with economic colonialism on a grand scale, as in Cuba, and had the additional advantage of avoiding the massive intrusion of alien populations into the United States, such as the post-war immigration of Puerto Ricans flooding New York City. Therefore, the future development of the American empire depends not only on the United States' ability and willingness to absorb large colored populations from other lands and grow organically, rather than colonially, but also on the ability of its society to resolve its only major social problem, the integration of its own Negro population. As a general rule, racial conflict acquires dangerous political overtones only when the dominant racial group manifests a high degree of social cohesion and consciousness, as in the United States, Great Britain, Australia, and South Africa, and strives successfully for democratic equality within the group. Whereas, as we have seen in the case of Latin America, where social conscience is weak and strong family ties prevail over social solidarity, no racial problem exists as such, since there can be no conflict between extremely weak or even non-existent social organisms. There is hardly any group consciousness, and it is all a matter for the individual and his family to settle for themselves. In the first type of society, which concerns us now, collision between the drive for democratic equality and the existence of different compact racial groups becomes inevitable. White leaders in the United States have failed, quite naturally, to advocate boldly the only long-term solution to the problem: total miscegenation. This solution has been rejected in both theory and practice for generations. It is now further removed from actualization than ever. In spite of a marginal amount of blending, the races are being increasingly polarized and are moving full speed away from each other. Prior to the First World War, the great majority of Negroes were impoverished farmers and sharecroppers living in the South's rural areas. But 2 world wars made great demands on the available surplus of labor, including black labor, which began to migrate toward the large cities of the North and West. Further, the increasing mechanization of agriculture and the steady disappearance of the small, uneconomical farm drove millions of other Negroes who might have remained in the southern countryside to the north and west, changing the whole racial landscape of the United States. Migrating from the legally segregated society of the South to the de facto segregated society of the North, these millions of Negroes began to carve out huge ghettos for themselves in every large city in the country. But in the process of migrating, they also underwent a psychological and social mutation. From illiterate, isolated, and easily intimidated sharecroppers of the rural South to members of huge, angry, and volatile masses of Negroes, compressed in the great urban slums. Thrown together by the thousands in the black ghettos, the American Negroes became more conscious of their racial unity and the frightening power which this new feeling of kinship, uniting millions of underprivileged colored people, gave them. The great melting pot which was so successful in amalgamating immigrants of European descent failed to boil when it came to the Afro-Americans. They remained separate, and soon sensing that this separation would never end, they began searching for a new, separate identity. The first mass movement among the American Negroes appeared, significantly, at the end of the First World War. The amazing and short-lived Universal Negro Improvement Association of Marcus Garvey, who urged Negroes to give up all hope of assistance or understanding from American whites, heaped contempt on the heads of the Negro middle class, exalted everything black, and advocated a return emigration to Africa, of which he became the first self-appointed provisional president. But Africa was not for the giving. It was mostly under European domination, without any prospect of becoming independent. Garvey's eventual fiasco put a temporary end to this dream of a return to the homeland beyond the seas. Besides, what was Africa's public image in those days? Darkest Africa, replete with savages and cannibals, painfully but gloriously discovered by European explorers and civilized by European missionaries. The Dark Continent, which was alleged to have made no contribution to human culture or civilization, populated mostly by primeval tribes. There was in this picture nothing to be proud of, no glorious past, no great inheritance to claim. Humbled at home, American Negroes could not even look back to Africa with pride of ancestry, nor could they look at the African present with any hope, since even the local kings and tribal chieftains on the African coast, whose ancestors had sold their ancestors into slavery, had become the obedient subjects of white European rulers. In fact, American Negroes made a conscious and deliberate effort to dissociate themselves from all past or present association with Africa, from their own blackness, from all Negroid features, color, and kinky hair. But all the cosmetics and hair straighteners in the end could not wash away their skin color. Rejecting Africa, the American Negroes had come to reject themselves. But while the Second World War was generating vast changes in the American Negroes' geographical location and psychological disposition, it was also profoundly altering Africa's own historical picture and political landscape. Not only had archaeologists and anthropologists discovered an ancient Africa worthy of respect, replete with ancient African empires and rudimentary civilizations, not only had African art been exerting a powerful influence on Western art, now, at last, enfeebled Europe was gradually withdrawing its soldiers and administrators. The era of decolonization was at hand. Suddenly, in the late 1950s and early 1960s, dozens of African nations emerged to political freedom, taking their rightful place in the United Nations on a footing of complete equality with the world's other nations. Black African kings and presidents, prime ministers and ambassadors in full regalia, received at the White House with full honors. Black Africans who appeared to be proud of their African features and identity. The rise of free and independent African states had a profound impact on the American Negro by restoring his pride in his negritude and confirming the possibility open to him of separate developments. Henceforth, he would be different from the white man, but not inferior. Before World War II, Africa made a powerful contribution to Negro self-contempt. Now, suddenly, it contributed as much to his self-pride. African independence gave him an international leverage, or at least the illusion of one, which he had never suspected. It gave him the courage to challenge the white man and demand his fair share, or what he thinks is his fair share, of the national pie. As a Harlem resident referring to the American Negro put it, more and more, the black man here is moving toward an African frame of mind. Whatever the future course of race relations in the United States, this course is going to have a profound impact on its relations with Black Africa, a continent which its imperial worldwide drive cannot ignore, and whose liberation from the fetters of European colonialism has had an almost traumatic effect on its internal race relations. This impact has to be seen in relation to the growing importance of the Negro in the American social and political structure, especially in its military sector. The rapidly increasing proportion of professional Negro soldiers and officers in the American armed forces makes it plain even today. Roughly 1/4 of the American soldiers fighting in Vietnam, the first major conflict in which American troops fight on a fully integrated basis, are Negroes, whose rate of reenlistment is considerably higher than that of the whites. In 1966, for instance, the rate of first-time Negro re-enlistment was more than 3 times that of white servicemen, or well over 60% as compared to 20% for the whites. The social and economic causes of this high rate are obvious. Better and more secure income than in civilian life. The dignity of uniform and rank, granted according to individual merit. The absence of racial discrimination in what is essentially a man's world. In view of the Pentagon's increasing weight and influence in America's power structure, it is interesting to note that it has come to the foreground of the struggle to eliminate discrimination against Negro servicemen, even in areas outside those under purely military jurisdiction. Fighting for open housing to put an end to discrimination against Negro military personnel. 309 fighting to salvage 100,000 poverty. Crushed youths each year during their military service, and training yearly 750,000 men leaving the military in order to enable them to fulfill useful roles in the more competitive civilian life. In other words, that temple of social and political conservatism, which is the Pentagon, is becoming, with its immense resources and power, a prime agency for social reform, not out of pure altruism or charity, but with an eye to training and preserving a useful pool of military men in the most deprived segment of American society, that is, mostly in the Negro community. The sudden emergence of the Pentagon as the prime guardian of Negro rights, a task that should have been fulfilled under normal circumstances by civilian agencies, is likely to have far-reaching consequences. Simultaneously, it is also evident that American Negroes are going to take an increasing interest in African affairs, and are likely to exert a growing influence in the former Dark Continent. What this interest and influence are likely to be will depend largely on the kind of social and economic settlement reached by the races within the United States itself. In the past, American Negroes took an interest in Africa as a land of opportunity to which they might return from their enforced diaspora, and thus escape the overpowering structure of the United States white society. So far, it has remained a dream without actualization. However, like the Jews returned to Israel after 1900 years of exile, and other vast transfers of population that have taken place in our century, an important movement of American Negroes to some parts of Africa cannot be ruled out in the future. As Gunnar Myrdal pointed out in his classic, An American Dilemma, many Negroes in America feel an emotional attachment to Africa and its population, and because of their color they would, with greater ease, gain the confidence of the African Negroes. He goes on to quote one of the leading American Negroes, W.E.B. Du Bois, who stated, "I yell, not a Jenny. My plan would not decline frankly to face the possibility of eventual emigration from America of some considerable part of the Negro population, in case they could not find a chance for free and favorable development, unmolested and unthreatened, and in case the race prejudice in America persisted to such an extent that it would not permit the full development of the capacities and aspirations of the Negro race." This, of course, had already been tried in the 19th century, but not on a massive scale. The foundation and settlement of the Republic of Liberia by a few thousand American Negroes. Since white Americans had no interest in colonizing any part of the Dark Continent, Liberia was left to shift for itself, and, in no time, the immigrant American Negroes had practically enslaved the much larger native population. Instead of offering a haven to other Negro refugees from America, then, in the 20th century, the United States began displaying more interest in the backward state on the West African coast. The Firestone Company pioneered its economic development. World War II prompted the Americans to establish military bases at Fisherman's Creek and Roberts Field, garrisoned by American Negro troops. In fact, it became America's only banana republic in Africa. By no means an answer to the problem. A large-scale migration of millions of American Negroes to Africa is improbable, if only because of the logistics involved. What is not impossible, however, is a limited migration to various parts of Africa where they could settle and occupy key professional functions for which no Africans are qualified. True enough, the rare American Negroes who have attempted to establish their racial kinship and have gone to Africa for the purpose have quickly come to realize the size of the cultural and psychological gap which separates them from most Africans. The American Negro in Africa usually feels more American than any white American. The African returns the compliment and usually has a poor opinion of the American Negro with his psychological complexes derived from a background of ancestral slavery and social inferiority, which he is not equipped to understand since his African environment, even under the loose supervision of European colonial rulers, was always culturally and socially Negroid. Furthermore, most black Africans still live socially in a tribal environment, and their nationalism is essentially tribal and remains largely indifferent to racial problems in a social context to which they were never exposed. It is only with the new urban, detribalized Africans of the large modern cities mushrooming all over Africa that the American Negro will be able to communicate and establish some kind of link based on the racial issue. But, as things stand now, the American Negro is still shocked by the visible remnants of African culture and traditions, by the psychological disposition of the African with its reliance on some forms of magic and fetishism. He is shocked, as many white Americans in Europe, by lower standards of living, faulty plumbing, the lackadaisical attitude of Africans in business, their corruption and political taste for tyranny, and the contempt felt by many African rulers for their fellow citizens, whom they usually treat as lowly subjects. But, however large the gap which separates them, the American Negro will never remain indifferent to Africa and is likely to take an increasingly active interest in its political and economic development. Early in 1967, when political wrangling in Nigeria between tribal and military leaders threatened to lead to a collapse of the Federation, 4 American leaders offered to mediate the dispute so that the largest, richest, and in many respects most promising nation in Black Africa may fulfill the destiny it so rightly deserves to the benefit of Africa, the world, and ourselves. Authors Alex.Y. Disappointment with all probable lack of progress and stability in Africa may very well instill in a jail number of qualified American Negroes the desire to actually colonize their African cousins and bring them up to date by imparting to them all the blessings of thou American way of life, Negro style. All they will need in order to do so is the blessing and assistance of the United States white establishment, which they are likely to get if it serves its purpose. Unlike Black Power advocate Stokely Carmichael, whose 1967 visit to Tanzania and other neutralist African countries was aimed at encouraging left-wing guerrilla warfare and developing anti-American sentiment in Africa, the United States has, or soon will have, a real strategic, economic, and political stake in Africa, without being at all inclined to dominate and rule Africa in the old European colonial style. The Washington authorities will soon discover the extreme convenience of tightening the links between a qualified portion of their own American Negroes and Africans. Even after decolonization, the French have made good use of French Negro citizens from the West Indies, some of whom are occasionally found in key administrative positions in independent African nations. And as late as 1967, for example, over half the members of Senegal's cabinet held French passports and citizenship. It is quite likely that, sooner or later, Washington will follow in the footsteps of the French and begin placing trusted American Negroes in key positions throughout the continent, many of whom could even become citizens of the African countries in which they reside while serving the interests of the United States. And from the standpoint of the English-speaking Africans themselves, nothing could be more fruitful than a close relationship with choice American Negroes. Out of this cross-fertilization could emerge a modernized Africa to which the Afro-Americans could contribute technical skills and a rudimentary knowledge of American-style democracy. In return, the Africans could teach the American Negroes how to conjure their purely racial complexes and restore, as their political independence has already begun to, their pride in their negritude. The United States' involvement in Black Africa is already considerable, especially in the economic field. American interests, often through the intermediary of European affiliates, and to the tune of well over $2 billion, are by no means negligible. On the other hand, some parts of Africa, such as Dakar in Senegal and South Africa, are of considerable strategic importance, which importance will grow to the extent that communist penetration and subversion manage to establish strong footholds in some African, Cuba, or other. So far, neither the Russians nor the Chinese have been really successful in their attempts at penetration. The Russians, because of their white skin, even less so than the Chinese, who have made strenuous, and not always unrewarded, efforts in East and Central Africa, Tanzania, the Congo, Brazzaville, Burundi, to the extent that communist efforts at subversion have already been made, the United States has already felt compelled to interfere, as usual, in the stickiest situations, since they are the very situations that communists are likely to exploit. Such a situation developed in the Congo, shortly after the formal ending of Belgium's colonial rule. American involvement in the Congo began in 1960, when the Soviet Union attempted, through the agency of the Congo's first premier, leftist Patrice Lumumba, to turn the whole country into a Soviet outpost in the heart of Africa. Opportunism rather than an ideology he could not even understand induced Lumumba to play the Russian game. But, to the great alarm of the West, he played it to the hilt. And so did the Russians, whose sudden interest in the Congo was quite easy to understand. Oleg Penkovsky's diary gives us the reason. There is a shortage of atomic raw materials needed for the atom bombs and missiles with nuclear warheads. This is so easy. We don't know. And real. Almost all the ore containing uranium comes to the Soviet Union from Czechoslovakia. In view of this shortage of atomic raw materials, it is small wonder that our government is so interested in establishing Soviet control in the Congo. The largest uranium ore deposits are in the Congo. When Lumumba was temporarily in power, the Soviets sent 23 plane loads of officers, including generals, there via Egypt and the Sudan Darti. The primary task of this mission was to establish Soviet control over the uranium ore in the Congo 314. Russian supplies began to pour into the country, while hundreds of Russian and Czech technical and diplomatic advisors fanned out across the Congo, masterminding the crushing of anti-Lumumbist rebellions. Washington lost no time in exerting its influence on President Kasavubu, Lumumba's bitter rival, who dismissed his premier, who, in turn, dismissed his president. The Congo collapsed into anarchy and Lumumba was eventually assassinated. This gave Kasavubu a free hand, and, at Washington's instigation, he promptly evicted the Russian and Czech embassies, along with their numerous personnel. This did not dispose of the communist stronghold in Stanleyville, where Antoine Gazenga inherited Lumumba's mantle. A form of protracted civil war ensued which, along with the secession and eventual reincorporation of the Katanga, lasted a number of years. Throughout this whole period, the involvement of the United States grew along with the protracted civil war. Both the American embassy and the CIA found themselves virtually ruling some parts of the vast country, and, to a great extent, even displacing the Belgians, whose influence had been declining steadily. By 1967, President Mobutu and his key ministers were largely under the direct influence of American embassy officials, and even the Belgians found themselves compelled to deal with the Congolese government through the agency of the Americans. Belgium still assisted the Congo financially to the tune of $70 million a year, and technically through the presence of some 40 to 50,000 teachers, technicians, missionaries, planters, and businessmen. But paramount influence was wielded by the United States, which provided not only just as much financial assistance, but also the strategic support and planning required to guide the Congolese government's day-to-day operations. Angry as they were at this American paramountcy, the Belgians had to accept it and learn to cope with it. The revolt of the last remaining mercenaries in the summer of 1967 incited Washington to send 3 U.S. Air Force C-130 transports with 150 American servicemen to give the Congolese army logistical support against the mercenaries, and incidentally touching off an angry debate in Congress over this overextension and additional involvement in Africa. In the midst of the Vietnam War, 315, as large as the United States east of the Mississippi, the Congo is the heart of Africa and cannot be allowed to collapse. Like it or not, the United States is going to be involved for a long time, as it has been since 1960. And as it is likely to be in most African countries that are all at once strategically located, well endowed in natural resources, and threatened with communist infiltration, as the Congo was in the early 1960s. In the long run, however, no area in Black Africa is likely to be of greater interest to the United States than Southern Africa, and especially its hard core, the Republic van Zuid, Africa, Afrikaans for Republic of South Africa. In the second half of the 20th century, the Republic, till 1961, Union, is a remarkable anomaly, a state based frankly and openly on complete white supremacy, that is, on the absolute legal domination of 15 million people by that 1/5 of the population whose skin happens to be white, and that 1/5, in turn, is politically, if not economically, dominated by its African-speaking members, who constitute a slight majority of the white population. Being the only independent African state that is run by whites, Rhodesia can be considered a de facto extension of the Republic. It is also by far the most powerful economically and militarily, as well as the most stable politically. In spite of their violent feelings of hostility, the other Negro-run states of Africa find themselves powerless to destroy it. Afrikaners are a remarkably dour, bigoted, unimaginative, and stubborn lot, who are quite prepared to flout world public opinion and follow their own way, regardless of criticism. Most leading Afrikaners belong to the secret Broederbond Association and are determined to apply dedicated, unyielding strength to the solution of their racial problem. Politically organized in the Nationalist Party, They came to power a few years after the end of World War II. But it was the Sharperville riot and massacre that led Prime Minister Verwoerd to set up a far more authoritarian regime than the rather liberal democratic system that he had inherited from his predecessors. The already strong police force was considerably strengthened. The Anti-Sabotage Act enabled it to arrest or confine to his house anyone suspected of liberalism, and various other provisions for emergency measures began to turn the Republic into a police state. Finally, in the summer of 1967, the government disclosed its decision to raise South Africa's armed forces from 30,000 to 100,000 men over a period of 10 years, establishing the draft for all white South African male. Obviously, leading Afrikaners expect real trouble in years to come, and they may be right. Applying systematically their policy of apartheid, the leading South Africans are determined to force the Negro majority into a number of autonomous Bantustans scattered throughout South Africa's territory. States reserved exclusively for Negroes, and where whites will not be allowed to reside or own property, just as the Bantus will have no right to reside permanently in white areas. A steadily tightening legislation attempts to decrease white reliance on black labor, while technological improvements and automation are partly substituting for Negro employment in white-owned industries. In other words, the leaders of South Africa, moving against a worldwide trend, are systematically retribalizing their Africans, rooting them back in the soil, stripping them of all possibility of receiving a modern education by encouraging them to remain faithful to their native dialects and encouraging, in Bantu areas, the authority of the traditional chiefs. What they are doing, in fact, is attempting to solve a social problem by transforming it into a political one, recreating out of their black proletariat their own partly forgotten tribal nations, Zulus, Xhosas, Tswanas, Vendas, etc. Eventually reaching the point where the Republic of South Africa will become a crazy quilt of small Bantu nations speaking different tongues, scattered throughout the huge white territory, the white homeland, and whose available labor will be hired as needed on a temporary basis by white industry and agriculture. Transkei, the first Bantustan to come into existence, is the model for others to follow, with which, as M.C. Botha, the Minister of Bantu Administration, stated in 1967, the government of the Republic will conclude international agreements in no way different from those it is already concluding with an increasing number of African client states, independent and sovereign states in law, but de facto protectorates of South Africa. Thus Lesotho, Botswana and Swaziland, former British protectorates wedged into South Africa and never ruled by Pretoria, are bound to fall into the South African orbit because of their extreme weakness and poverty. Not only that, South Africa is actively trying to recruit other African client states beyond its borders. And its trade agreement with Malawi was truly described by Prime Minister Vorster as a breakthrough in South Africa's new policy, while its opponents contend that Malawi is merely the first of the Bantustans north of the Limpopo. Malawi's social and economic posture left it no choice, as President Hastings Banda understood only too well, providing thousands of young Malayans to work the South African mines where they receive far higher salaries than would ever be available at home. In exchange for vastly increased imports of South African goods, the Malayan government even began to use South African mercenaries to train its armed forces. And of course, white-dominated Rhodesia, ever since Salisbury trumpeted its unilateral declaration of independence in 1965, has become South Africa's major bastion in the north. Any policy which is systematically applied over a long period of time and with utter determination is bound to be successful. African Negroes, inside and outside the Republic, are unable to prevent it. Run with discipline and efficiency, the Republic of South Africa has granted the highest standard of living in Africa, not only to its whites but to its Bantus as well. Year in and year out, thousands of black Africans stream into the Republic from other African countries in search of better jobs and higher salaries. The oppression is real, and so is the resentment, not only of the few educated Negroes, but of a handful of liberal whites. But law and order are maintained and peace of a sort between multitudes of separate communities, not only Bantus and whites, but Cape Coloreds and Natal's Indians, all of whom are rigidly segregated according to the Group Areas Act. A glimpse of what would happen if this rigid segregation were not applied can be obtained by looking at the record of the frightful outbreak of Zulu violence against the Durban Indians in 1949. With all that, it still remains that South Africa is not living in a vacuum, but in a troubled world, a world in which there is hardly any sympathy for its social and political system. If we listen to the voice of Alan Paton, one of its rare and eloquent white liberals, this is the dark outlook for South Africa's future, without taking into account the possibility of external interference. One thing is certain: non-white opinion will grow in unity and strength. Non-white labor will grow more powerful, even though it is not permitted to organize itself lawfully, as is the case today. More and more will white people have to choose between white domination and the common society. Total apartheid will be seen as a fantastic impossibility, and the policy of white leadership will be seen as halting between two opinions. Who will win out, the group for white domination or the group for a common society? If white domination wins, some violence, whether of internal revolution or external interference, must be expected. Domination by a minority is an unstable condition. Suppose those who support the common society achieve a majority. Will the common society continue as a true democracy, or will it be followed by black domination, the great revenge? This, of course, is a possibility, and one that is much feared. 316. Alan Paton has been quoted at length because he gives us the framework within which to think about the future. South Africa, however ruthless its Afrikaner leadership, is an unstable society in which the white minority lives dangerously. As Chief Albert Luthuli claimed, for Africans, the promotion of the Bantu Self-Government Act establishing the Bantustans is the end of a long road of subjection and tyranny. For the whites, it is the abandonment of any pretense of the rule of law, the beginning of the long drawn-out, agonizing end. Yet, the Republic of South Africa is a wealthy, powerful country led by determined men. More than that, it is of immense strategic importance, which importance is highlighted whenever the Suez Canal is blocked by warfare in the unstable Middle East. And its wealth and relative isolation from any powerful and hostile neighbor make it a truly independent country, more independent than any European country, completely out of the control of the leading Western power, the United States. It is not likely that this state of affairs can last very long, that the United States can tolerate this true independence forever. And lately, leading South Africans have taken to veiled threats against the West, implying, for instance, that if the arms embargo imposed upon their country by the United States and Great Britain were to be maintained, South Africa might well turn neutralist. In 1967, Foreign Minister Hilgard Muller stated plainly that in view of the increasing importance of the sea route around the Cape of Good Hope, the arms embargo policy was short-sighted, incomprehensible, and unforgivable, and went on to add it. Many South Africans are beginning to ask themselves whether the country's traditional loyalty toward the West does not hold for her more disadvantages than advantages, and whether we would not be appreciated more if we were less loyal to the West. Such a blunt form of blackmail might well backfire, since South Africa, having no friend in the world, has no place to go, and if acted upon, could well antagonize the leading Western countries to the extent of triggering a more violent reaction. Sooner or later, the United States is going to move to extend its imperium to the southern part of Africa and bring the Republic under some form of control or other. That much is certain. But what kind of control? To take an extreme and unlikely possibility, the United States could move to consolidate white supremacy in South Africa. Its own intractable racial problem and the rising white backlash it is bound to generate within the United States could well bring some American sympathy over to the side of the proponents of white supremacy in South Africa. The majority of white American Southerners, of course, sympathize in full with South Africa's present leaders and would be the first to rise against any attempt to join in international action against the Republic. So far, Rhodesia serves as a lightning rod and, to an extent, shields South Africa from direct attacks. From present attitudes toward Rhodesia, one can gauge future attitudes toward South Africa and the amount of support the Republic's present leadership could expect in the United States. We can transpose, for instance, the amendment offered on October 10, 1967, by Senator Byrd of Virginia, warning the administration against joining an armed crusade against Rhodesia 319, and instead of Rhodesia, read its South African extension. Not only does the present white South African leadership enjoy some substantial support in the United States, it might very well be, in the future, that frightened by rising Bantu opposition and rising threats from the rest of Africa, the South African leaders decide that a loose form of American protectorate might be the lesser of two evils, and that a tacit alliance between South Africans and American Southerners and anti-Negro white backlashers would block any attempt to dismantle South Africa's apartheid policy. But all this is unlikely. The reverse is more probable, precisely because of its own racial problem. The United States is more likely to indulge in the oldest ritual in the world, the search for an external scapegoat, by sacrificing on the altar of world public opinion South Africa's white leadership. The United States white leaders may hope to placate their own angry Negro minority at home. Black magic and the celebration of scapegoatism are not dead yet. On a more mundane, down to earth level, it is clear that, in years to come, nothing is as likely to win the sympathy of African and American Negroes, as well as that of assorted Asian and Arab public opinions, not to mention liberal and left-wing radical opinion in all Western countries, than the destruction of South Africa's white establishment's policy and power, destruction which, alone in the world, the United States would have the power to carry out, in the guise of a humanitarian crusade. But the approval of world public opinion, for whatever it may be worth, would only be the small change of all the potential benefits such a forthright policy would bring to the United States. The destruction of South Africa's white power structure might even have to be followed by a massive immigration of a substantial part of its white population, on the pattern of the massive emigration of 1 million European settlers out of Algeria in the early 1960s. In turn, this white emigration could, conceivably, make room for a substantial immigration of American Negroes. However unpalatable this solution would be to the local Bantus, who could provide no trained leadership on which to build a viable state. Chief Albert Lutuli, on a visit to the United States, was struck by the interest displayed by American Negroes in South Africa. He was asked many times, "Can we come over there and assist you?" To which he invariably replied, "It would be heartening if you could. But for one thing, the South African government wouldn't let you. Certainly not with that motive. For another, you'd find yourselves foreigners in the continent of your origin. But we're glad of your interest in any case, and to the extent that you fight segregation here, you help indirectly." Clearly, the welcome mat would not necessarily be spread out for American Negroes in a Bantu-dominated South Africa. But the leaderless Bantus could hardly expect to resist their forcible intrusion if it were encouraged and assisted by Washington. The net result in this case would be the creation of a gigantic Liberia in southern Africa, but one that would not be allowed by Washington to drift aimlessly as its West African predecessor did in the 19th century. Dominating South Africa through the agency of its own American Negroes implanted there, the United States would control a strategic area of prime importance, overlooking all the southern hemisphere sea lanes, connecting Europe with the Far East. It would also control the world's richest diamond and gold mines, not an inconsiderable advantage for the United States leaders, coping with a precarious balance of payments situation. To be able, at last, to state that the dollar is as good as gold, because it would then control, politically, most of the free world's gold production. Nor should it be forgotten that South Africa is a prime source of uranium, the vital ingredient for the mushrooming uses of peaceful as well as military nuclear power. In addition, South Africa is generously supplied with platinum, coal, iron ore, manganese, chrome, asbestos, lead, zinc, copper, a true cornucopia data. While a great deal of this speculation may sound rather far-fetched, a close look at South Africa's international relations since the end of World War II might make it sound more plausible. While world public opinion has for long condemned the policy of apartheid and expressed its disapproval in strong moral terms, it still remains within the prerogatives of a sovereign country to determine its own social policy as it sees fit. And even then, in an unprecedented interference of the United Nations Security Council in a member country's internal affairs, a motion was voted in 1964 requesting the other member nations ban all sales of arms to South Africa in protest against its policy of apartheid. Among others, Britain and the United States decided to comply with this request. Irritated at the lack of concrete results a few years later, the United Nations General Assembly urged, in the fall of 1967, a worldwide trade boycott of South Africa as the only means of ending her policy of apartheid, drawing the Security Council's attention to the grave situation created by South Africa's Racial Policy 321. All by itself, South Africa's internal situation would hardly justify sterner measures than some form of trade boycott, and the strictures of the United Nations may be put down to growing irritation in the 1960s at the part played by South African mercenaries in the Congo and elsewhere, just as the United States' impatience may well be justified by repeated incidents provoked by the visit of American warships to Cape Town, Durban, and other South African ports, and the petty harassments inflicted by the South African authorities on the Negro members of the ship's integrated crews. On legal grounds, however, the Pretoria government finds itself in a weaker position in other quarters, which might conceivably warrant escalating the United Nations action all the way up to outright military intervention. Washington willing, of course. The Union of South Africa inherited after World War I a League of Nations mandate over the huge former German territory of South West Africa and, without formally incorporating it into the Union, ran it as if it would inevitably, sometime in the future, become part of it. When the United Nations took over from the deceased League of Nations after World War II, it made numerous attempts to assert its authority over the territory, but in vain. From 1945 to 1966, South Africa ignored 75 resolutions of the General Assembly, including the one passed in October 1966, terminating South Africa's mandate over South West Africa, a resolution which the South African government promptly termed illegal. The following spring, in 1967, A special session of the General Assembly was called to consider the problem and find ways and means of implementing the United Nations decision to oust South African authority from the territory. But how? Only one country in the world would have the mobile military strength to back up the United Nations resolution: the United States. And Washington was in no mood, in the midst of the war in Vietnam, to saddle itself with another conflict on another distant continent. Although the Afro-Asian bloc, strongly assisted by most communist states, advocated the use of force, none of them could provide the military muscle to do so. In the end, all the United Nations could achieve was to appoint a council for Southwest Africa and direct it to take over the administrative functions of the territory and help prepare it for independence, all of which remained a futile gesture. Such instructions will remain a dead letter for as long as Washington does not put military teeth into them. In the meanwhile, quite undaunted, the South African government went ahead with its plan to extend the policy of Bantustans to South West Africa and announced that it was offering self-determination and perhaps eventual independence to Ovamboland, a parched plain lying in the north of the territory and containing almost half of its population. There was a general outcry on the part of the Afro-Asians, and even the United States felt compelled to disapprove. Until then, America had tried to smooth things over and attempted, through discussions and talks, to persuade the Republic of South Africa to take the United Nations resolution into account. But the Ovamboland offer, shrewdly calculated to impress part of world public opinion, made the United States' efforts in favor of a peaceful solution seem pointless. As an editorial in the New York Times pointed out at the time, Mr. Vorster's tactics may achieve their immediate objective of sowing confusion and dissension at the United Nations. But over the long haul, they only make more probable a showdown between South Africa and most of the rest of the world, which showdown can only end, in years to come, in a military confrontation between America's armed might and the obstinate rulers of South Africa. Meantime, in one of his most violent speeches, the American ambassador at the United Nations attacked the South African government in December 1967, accused it of brutality in South West Africa and of breeding violence by closing the avenues of peaceful dissent, putting the South Africans on notice that, sooner or later, Washington might have to contemplate some drastic steps to apply the United Nations will in that part of the world. Since World War II, Washington has displayed a remarkable eagerness to intervene militarily in all quarters of the globe. One can conceive, therefore, that at some time or other, when there is no other war on hand, the United States leaders will come to see all the advantages implied in the destruction of South Africa's white establishment's power and independence, and in the extension of its de facto protectorate over its territory, because any, even peaceful, defeat in the matter of South West Africa would begin to sow the seeds of defeatism in some parts of South Africa's white population. Rising tension between the Republic and world public opinion would probably encourage many among South Africa's English-speaking whites to emigrate permanently to other, less threatened lands, leaving in South Africa the hardcore Afrikaners who have nowhere else to go. In other words, a determined policy on the part of Washington could so soften up and weaken the South Africans that they would hardly be in a position to put up a serious armed resistance to the military application of Washington's policy. Taking all this into account, the most probable development, in years to come, seems to be a forcible tearing of South West Africa out of the clutches of the Republic, carried out militarily, if need be, by the United States and assorted satellites in the name of the United Nations and world morality, followed by a rising chorus of anti-South African incantations throughout the world, inevitably followed by a steady white emigration out of South Africa. thus weakening the very basis of white supremacy. In addition, it should be expected that some form of Bantu guerrilla organization, encouraged by these developments, would begin effective operations in the wilder parts of the Republic, linked with terrorist organizations in the cities. And finally, as a precondition, Rhodesia would have had to be disposed of, since it has become, for the time being, South Africa's advanced bastion, facing the heart of Black Africa. It is symptomatic that, in August 1967, the outlawed Rhodesian and South African nationalist parties, the Zimbabwe African People's Union of Rhodesia, and the African National Congress of South Africa, announced the formation of a military alliance pledged to overthrow their respective white governments, and made no bones about admitting that they were using arms supplied by communist countries, while stating that they would, of course, welcome weapons from non-communist quarters. Almost simultaneously, the Rhodesians announced that their security forces had clashed with African guerrillas south of Victoria Falls, and that, for the first time, a detachment of South African military had been flown to Bulawayo and sent to join the Rhodesian forces in the Zambezi Valley. Guerrilla warfare alone could never hope to topple the white regimes in southern Africa, but in conjunction with international military action against South-West Africa, stimulated by the clear evidence that world public opinion was putting teeth into the United Nations resolutions. There is a definite possibility that guerrilla action could have a seriously demoralizing effect upon the white populations of southern Africa, who have very few friends in the world. This, in effect, would deliver the whole area into the hands of the United States, who would, then, become the arbiter of the situation, and, in effect, the protector of whatever settlement takes place in that part of the world. 12. Empire and nation-state. The future of Europe. Fanning out across the world, America's influence and interference have been compelled, out of a legitimate preoccupation with its own self-protection, to fill the numerous power vacuums opened up by the collapse of Europe's worldwide empires. Rather fitfully, depending on the mood of its public opinion and the personality of its various chief executives, the United States had attempted to cope with one emergency after another, patch up local quarrels, set new states up on their wobbly feet, extend economic aid, and lend military assistance right and left. Everywhere, in Asia, Latin America, and Africa, its major concern has been to dam the communist flood which threatens to submerge the developing world, where living standards are drastically lower than in Europe and North America. Lin Piao's World Cities. In the process, it has decisively assisted the destruction of Europe's colonial rule and influence, gradually cutting off the Old World's extensive power relationships with Africa and Asia. At Suez, in 1956, it crushed just as decisively France and Britain's last attempt to go it alone and restore Europe's power position in the Middle East. It is reorienting the Commonwealth's scattered, white dominions into becoming American outposts and detached elements of the United States' strategic power. It is being led to interfere with increasing vigor in the internal affairs of Latin American nations, as they are likely to be increasingly threatened by revolution and gnawed at by guerrilla warfare. It is building up a de facto empire in the Far East, and already it has become the warden of the Congolese heart of Africa, prelude to the eventual development of an Afro-American empire which is barely visible over the future's horizon. All this, without being consciously willed by one man or group of men, is happening unobtrusively and inevitably. Each new emergency has to be coped with on the spur of the moment, and each emergency is responsible for the development of new tools and instruments, economic, military, and intelligence tools, which Amaury, once created for a limited and temporary purpose, tend to perpetuate themselves and acquire an autonomous life of their own. In turn, these instruments beg to be utilized, and often tend to create the very emergencies that justify their existence. This is the familiar landscape through which the reluctant imperialists proceed on the road to empire. In the process of development, two major and related events of considerable magnitude have taken place. Two events produced by two world wars that propelled two non-European superpowers to the fore while destroying all European powers. The anti-Western revolt of all submerged civilizations from Morocco to China, and the increasing concentration of the inward-looking West Europeans on their own small, bustling, and relatively prosperous half-continent, leaving the United States to deal as it can with the anti-Western revolt which is sweeping through the world, while by no means stripped of all its illusions and mythology concerning world affairs. The United States has embarked on a definite course of action regarding the world at large, and given the physical means to do so, any policy which is pursued with a certain persistence eventually succeeds. Regarding Europe, however, America has no definite policy and seems puzzled in the second half of the 1960s. Yet, of all areas of the world, Western Europe is the one most vital area from the standpoint of America's own safety, one that can never be allowed to fall into hostile hands. Combined with Soviet Russia's might, it could easily challenge the global power of the United States. Included in the United States orbit, on the other hand, it would give Washington true mastery of the world, an unchallengeable mastery against which any other combination on Earth would be powerless. For 2 decades after the Second World War, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization embodied, in loose form, this combination of power which deterred Soviet aggression and communist subversion in Western Europe. But during these 2 decades, the spirit of the organization and the strength of its alliance were undermined by the relentless transfer of global power and responsibilities from the Europe to the United States, and by the accumulated resentment of some Europeans at the shrinking of their world status. For these resentful Europeans, who wanted neither American nor Russian protectorate, there was a third geopolitical possibility: European unification, and its emergence as a third superpower in its own right. But the inner logic of their passionate resentments against each other and their mutual distrusts prevented them from boldly and quickly taking this course of action. The very being of Europe's component nations is intimately connected with their narrow, parochial, deeply rooted chauvinisms, not with the fragile concept of a European community, which only came into temporary and short-lived existence in its free western half when under the threat of Soviet aggression. Reluctant to face facts and sacrifice their petty nationalisms for the sake of a greater and more significant nationalism on a continental scale, they sought refuge in the wholly negative policy of retrieving their outdated parochialisms and undermining the entire concept of Europe's political unification. It is easy to blame one or several statesmen for this state of affairs, but it is more fruitful to realize that if they have their negative way, as they do, it is mostly because Europeans have a profound aversion to sacrificing their national identities on the altar of continental unification. Hostility, fear, and contempt are the main ingredients of Europe's nationalisms, and, though muted at present, they have by no means disappeared. even within single and relatively small states. Separate would be nations coexist with greater or lesser difficulty in a state of permanent tension. Flemings and Walloons in Belgium are constantly at loggerheads. Basques and Catalans are thorns in the flesh of Spain. Welsh and Scottish nationalists threaten Britain's unity. Northern and Southern Irishmen cannot stand each other. Europe's greatest contribution to modern politics is not the exaltation of nationalism as such, but the concept of the nation-state. To each well-defined nation must correspond an independent and sovereign state in a precisely delimited territory. It is in the name of the nation state ideal that Germany and Italy forged their belated unity in the 19th century, and it is in the name of the same ideal that such multinational entities as the Ottoman and Austro-Hungarian empires were smashed into small, unstable, and mutually hostile nation-states in Central and Eastern Europe. As other empires crumbled throughout the world, the same balkanization took place, with increasingly disastrous and eventually ridiculous results, until the world's map began to look like an incomprehensible crazy quilt in which such microscopic states as Honduras and Lesotho are presumed to have the same sovereign rights as the United States or Soviet Russia. The small, weak, and artificial newborn nation-state is ideal fodder for expansive imperialism, and there is every prospect that the absurd extension of this principle will inevitably give way to other modes of political organization. In many cases, it is not even applicable. Most articulate Arabs feel part of one Arab nation split up among many states, but all their efforts to gather into one state are doomed by geography and their individualistic temper. India is basically a conglomerate of many different nations gathered through the temporary intrusion of British imperialism into one federal state. While thriving in many ex-colonial areas, the nation-state is probably on its way out of Europe, its birthplace, but not because of any looming European unity. True enough, the European common market has slightly dented the hitherto unrestricted sovereignty of its member states, but only on economic grounds. The eventual entry of Britain, however painful and long delayed, is certain to restrict further the common market's unifying role to a strictly economic one, if it is still in existence by then. The European nation-state is on the way out, mostly because it has become too small, both militarily and economically. Not only that, Europe itself, that is, Western Europe, since any hope of unification with Eastern Europe is largely chimerical, is already, in many respects, too small by comparison with the superpowers. Even politically united, Western Europe would be at the strategic mercy of the United States. Even united, the continent would control neither the seas around it nor the air above it. It has lost control of its African underbelly, of the Suez Canal which connects it with East Africa and Asia, of the Mediterranean which is in the hands of the American Sixth Fleet. Unlike the United States and Soviet Russia, it does not possess in the ground all its required sources of fuel and raw materials. Just as important, European nations have proved, since World War II came to an end, that they have not even had the will to fight for their own survival. With the exception of West Germany, Europe's member states have never contributed their pledged quotas of military forces and hardware to NATO, with the absurd result that, again, with the exception of West Germany, the United States Army in Europe is greater than that of any European nation-state, and in the specific instance of actual firepower, with no exception at all. All this suggests that since the European nation-state is historically doomed, and since Europe's political unity appears to be unrealizable, some other, more practical solution will have to be found and, indeed, has already been found in the nebulous shape of a North Atlantic community in search of institutionalization. A retrospective glance at the post-war decades brings out clearly its inevitability. Throughout the 1960s, it might seem that France was the main obstacle to the creation of a politically unified Europe. However, if we take a closer look at the historical record and put Charles de Gaulle back into proper perspective, it will be clear that after World War II, as after World War I, Britain was the main obstacle. A shrewd, cunning obstacle made formidable because it had centuries of traditional British diplomacy and quasi-religious fervor to back it up. No European country reacted with such harsh hostility to Aristide Briand's 1929 proposal for a federal bond between European nations, and Aristide Briand was a leading French statesman, as was Edward Heriot, who endorsed his proposal. Indeed, between the wars as after World War II, French personalities and statesmen were the leading advocates of some form of European unification, and in the aftermath of the Second World War, it was such leading French statesmen of diverse political persuasion as Paul Reynaud, Léon Blum, Paul Ramadier, and Edouard Herriot, a survivor of the first European effort of the 1920s, who played a leading part in sponsoring various schemes of European unification. In the middle and late 1940s, an influential, discreet, and far-sighted segment of France's elite, led by Jean Monnet and Robert Schuman, rescued the European idea from the dustbin into which the statesmen of the 1930s had thrown it, and presented it anew to a Europe that had undergone the ordeals and devastation so clearly prophesied by Edvard Beneš. It is difficult for us to appreciate, decades later, the remarkable courage required by such Frenchmen who suggested shortly after the end of the war, while the memory of so many victims of German aggression and atrocities was still vivid, while anti-German sentiment was at fever pitch, and the thirst for vengeance seemingly unquenchable, that all should be forgiven and forgot, and that a start should be made immediately toward the unification of the old world. Had it not been for the first dream of the 1920s, it would not have been possible to suggest to the French people that all their suffering would be wasted unless former enemies joined in building a better future together. Monnet and Schuman spoke for France, but not for France alone. They spoke for the rest of continental Europe that was still mute, painfully picking itself out of the rubble. The French voice was the only one heard on behalf of the continent at international gatherings of the great powers. Strangely enough, even de Gaulle joined the Europeanists in opposition to the Morgenthau Plan to destroy Germany's heavy industry. Before the war was even over, he had spoken of Germany as a great, and certainly a guilty, people, but nevertheless a people whose destruction the higher insight of Europe cannot permit. Yet, the war over, dismemberment of Germany was the first task to which Charles de Gaulle and his successors applied themselves, and when he went to Moscow to sign a new treaty of alliance, it seemed that France was getting ready to revert to the old fruitless policy of holding Germany in check by allying itself with a Soviet power that was a far greater menace to all concerned than a mutilated Germany could ever become. De Gaulle's post-war dream was to preserve the illusion of France as a great power by playing off communist East against English-speaking West, with himself in the middle as the spokesman of continental Europe. This policy experienced an early collapse. The alliance with Moscow did not prevent de Gaulle's exclusion from the ill-fated Yalta Conference, and did not prevent Stalin from adopting a contemptuous and even hostile attitude toward his only continental ally, or from countering French policy in Germany all along the line. And at the July 1946 Council of Foreign Ministers, Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov stated plainly Soviet Russia's support for a politically unified Germany in opposition to the political separation of the Rhineland. De Gaulle's resignation in 1946 did not immediately alter the post-war expression of France's foreign policy. Georges Bidal persisted in playing the game of an illusory balance of power between East and West, attempting to sit between two stools. He was unable to realize that he was, in fact, sitting on the floor, wrapped in the prevailing mist of French illusions. The mist lifted with terrible swiftness in 1948, and the French suddenly saw the situation as it really was. France and the whole of Western Europe were in ruins, on the brink of starvation and economic collapse. The prompt institution of the Marshall Plan, its concomitant gathering of European statesmen around the same bargaining table, and the initiation of economic planning on a European scale caused the first breach in the nationalist illusions of the French leaders. France's bankruptcy was part of a continental bankruptcy. Panic spread quickly throughout Western Europe when Soviet Russia displayed its ruthless imperialism, crushed what was left of freedom in Central and Eastern Europe, and blockaded Berlin. France's bourgeois nationalists suddenly woke up to the startling realization that a large number of Soviet armored divisions were only hours away from their borders, ready to join with a powerful French communist movement already inside the gates. The presumed great power of their country disappeared like a puff of smoke. Far from being an arbiter between East and West, France discovered that she was rushing to join the ranks of those who took shelter under the United States nuclear umbrella. It was not Washington that imposed the Atlantic Pact on more or less reluctant partners, but the French premier of the day, Henri Queuille, who on February 25, 1949, made a desperate appeal for American protection. This was promptly acknowledged and answered when the United States signed the Atlantic Pact on April 4 of the same year, less than 2 months later. The United States sincerely thought of the alliance as one in which European nations would participate fully in the common military defense of Western Europe. This, however, the latter had no intention of doing, feeling economically unable to shoulder the burden. The mood in France had turned to outright defeatism. And while the French nationalists attempted to preserve the remnants of the colonial empire against African and Asian subjects who had become infected with the same nationalist disease, they relied on America's nuclear hardware for protection in Europe. In effect, however much they might deny it or minimize it later, they had asked for and accepted an American protectorate for years to come. This protectorate had a price tag: unification of Western Europe, as willed by the United States in an effort to strengthen the defense of that split continent. Georges Bidal had at last picked himself up from the floor, and his balancing act between East and West having utterly failed, he began to promote the economic unification of Europe as a prelude to some form of political federal union. But he encountered the same immovable obstacle: Britain. Try as he might, he never succeeded in convincing the British that an Anglo-French union, actually suggested by Winston Churchill in 1940, was the first step, and an essential step, toward the unification of the Old World. Or rather, the British understood it only too well and wanted no part of it. The swift resurgence of Germany's economic power after 1948 made such a step even more urgent. The French did not want to be left alone with the Germans on the continent. Only an Anglo-French Benelux union could possibly digest such an enormous lump as Germany. But nothing came of the French move. Not only old atavistic instincts, not only special ties with the United States and the Commonwealth, but 5 years of war had effectively reoriented Britain away from Europe, toward the high seas and the world beyond. Terribly weakened economically, almost bankrupt, Britain believed that its only hope to retain world power status was to keep out of Europe and strengthen the ties binding her to the worldwide English-speaking community. British insularity proved, in the end, far tougher than French nationalism. France had temporarily thrown nationalism overboard for a multitude of reasons which had little to do with the wishes of the United States. French leaders and politicians had reached the conclusion that nothing short of Europe's unification could shake France loose from its economic inertia and vitalize its ossified bureaucracy and outdated social structures. Along with creeping parliamentary paralysis at the top, Britain obstinately barred the way and adamantly refused to join in building a united Europe. Winston Churchill had suggested, in the late 1940s and out of power, the gradual setting up of some form of United States of Europe. But when he returned to power, he did strictly nothing to implement it. Nor can it be forgotten that in his Fulton, Missouri, speech of March 5, 1946, he called for an alliance of the English-speaking people, and never squared this proposal with that of a United States of Europe. On the other hand, overcoming their fear of continental solitude with Germany, the French began moving in that direction when, in May 1950, Foreign Minister Robert Schuman proposed the setting up of a high authority to control the entire West European production of coal and steel. First step toward a European federation, and first step of the forthcoming Franco-German rapprochement. But when the French invited the British to take part in talks about the Schuman Plan, they were turned down cold. The same thing happened a few years later when the Common Market was founded. Every step of the way, the British were requested to join, and every time they refused. Even in political and military matters, the British very conscientiously sabotaged all and every European effort from the Council of Europe in 1949, which the British joined but emasculated, to the European defense community, which they virtually destroyed by refusing to join it, wittingly or unwittingly reviving the French fears of Germany's ascendancy in an integrated, purely continental army. The British not only refused to cooperate. When the foundation stone of the common market was being laid by the Treaty of Rome, Britain decided to erect a hostile counter-organization, the European Free Trade Area, EFTA, whose failure was as remarkable as the common market's success. All this was an instinctive reaction conditioned by the historical past. The move toward European unification was led by staunch Roman Catholics, Francis Schumann, Germany's Adenauer, and Italy's de Gasperi, a trio of remarkable men known in Britain as the dreaded Black Front. Hundreds of years of atavistic hostility to the potential disruption of the continent's balance of power. The conservative Anglican dislike of the Vatican and anything connected with popery. The Labour Party's dislike for the social and economic conservatism traditionally attributed to continental Roman Catholics. Everything conspired to induce the British to launch their post-war offensive against a successful integration of the continent. After all, as Winston Churchill, newly re-elected Prime Minister in the early 1950s, told Konrad Adenauer, Britain was a neighbor of Europe, but not in Europe. Mindful of the shadow of Pope Pius XII in the background, his Labour opposition was just as adamantly determined to keep out of Europe and preserve the outdated balance of power. Britain's left-wing press damned the Black Front for attempting to establish a Catholic-dominated alliance after the pattern of Metternich's Holy Alliance, aimed at delivering Europe to a reactionary, clerical despotism. Britain's attitude, in effect, gave French nationalism integral a new lease of life, while the sheer momentum acquired by the European movement brought into being a number of supranational entities, the coal and steel community, Euratom, the common market, French nationalism revived, fanned by de Gaulle's parliamentary mouthpiece, Le Rassemblement du Peuple Français, strong enough to destroy France's own scheme for the creation of an integrated European army, the European Defense Community. French nationalism was nevertheless unable to carry out the reconquest of the nation's far eastern dominions or even to hold on to its African empire. Wasting its few military resources on these ill-fated undertakings overseas, France was even too weak to claim its share of power and responsibilities in NATO's integrated structure. Throughout de Gaulle's 12 years of exile from the responsibilities of power, His policy had remained consistent in its shrill nationalism and anti-Anglo-Saxonism, although it was slightly ambiguous regarding the concrete problems presented by the revolt of the French colonies, which he would undoubtedly have liked to retain as an essential element of French grandeur. In the light of his violent opposition to the United States military policy in the Vietnam of the 1960s, it is worth recalling that prior to Dien Bien Phu, de Gaulle advocated total mobilization of French power to crush the Viet Minh rebellion. Nevertheless, as a modern disciple of Machiavelli, skilled in the art of exploiting the inevitable, de Gaulle soon made up his mind that decolonization was inevitable, and he was able to rise to power out of the wreckage of the Fourth Republic in 1958, determined to remain in the Élysée Palace for as long as he chose to. There was no real break in continuity between the Fourth and his Fifth Republic. Indeed, since he had for so long overshadowed the Fourth Republic, and had enjoyed a certain veto power through the workings of his parliamentary devotees, often in conjunction with the communists, his accession to the presidency merely symbolized the return of France's outdated parochial nationalism to the seat of supreme power in Paris. Charles de Gaulle's Fifth Republic, internally stable, endowed with a rudimentary form of nuclear power, force de frappe, and a large hoard of gold, and still exerting substantial influence throughout French-speaking Africa, was at last free, as soon as Algeria became independent, to turn on its Anglo-American partners and protectors. In his progressive shift toward a neutralist position, de Gaulle dealt what might prove to be a death blow to NATO, and decisively curbed the common market's drive towards some form of political unification, compelling it to remain merely an instrument of economic welfare. For whatever it might be worth, he temporarily raised French prestige throughout the neutralist world, pulled Uncle Sam's beard in Latin America and Southeast Asia, but with no concrete results. Yet, at times of acute international crisis in the early 1960s, he proved to be a loyal ally of the United States, perhaps even stauncher than the British. The Berlin Wall crisis in 1961, and more especially the Cuba crisis in 1962, saw him line up firmly with America. Charles de Gaulle was fully aware of the historical drift of the Western world towards some form of political unification under American hegemony, and was determined to fight it with all his might. In his press conference of October 28, 1966, he made his position clear, after stating that France's policy was above all aimed essentially at France's present and continued independence. He spoke of his loyalty to France's allies, but served notice that he wanted no part of what he called the supranational myth. He warned that he would refuse to let France become absorbed in supranational organizations where, in his own words, political protection, military force, economic power, and the many-sided aid of the United States predominate. Such organizations would have been for us nothing but a cover for our submission to the American hegemony. Thus France would have disappeared, carried away by flights of fancy. It is rather de Gaulle's policy that is carried away by flights of fancy, since he can raise nothing but the flimsiest barriers against the growing ascendancy of American influence throughout the world. At times, indeed, Charles de Gaulle behaves like an unconscious harbinger of American imperialism by deliberately weakening all the Western elements that could conceivably stand up to this American hegemony, attempting to disrupt Canada so that its broken pieces would inevitably fall into the United States, weakening Britain so as to drive it further into America's arms, fighting European unity and therefore weakening the resistance of a small balkanized continent. Simultaneously, the United States policy, coping with one emergency after another without any long-term vision of its relationship with Europe, poured a great deal of fuel into de Gaulle's anti-American engine. There is no doubt that the resurgence of the spirit of nationalism in France, a belated reaction to its collapse in 1940, a psychological compensation for the humiliation felt ever since then, did a great deal of harm to both the solidarity of the Atlantic Alliance and the drive toward European unification. It did not play, on the stage of world politics, the beneficent part de Gaulle claimed for it, except perhaps insofar as the nationalist disease began spreading to Central and Eastern Europe, where it weakened Soviet Russia's grip on its satellites. But much of the blame for these harmful developments must be attributed to the clumsy handling of de Gaulle by the Anglo-Americans themselves since the Kennedy-Macmillan meeting in Nassau in December 1962. At this meeting, without consulting any of their other partners, the British and American leaders decided to establish a NATO multilateral nuclear force, adding the usual polite but meaningless formula, in the closest consultation with other NATO allies. In mid-January, however, de Gaulle refused to go along and announced that France would build its own nuclear weaponry in order to preserve its military independence. The plain, hard, inescapable fact is that Britain and the United States have always had, and always will have, a special race hackles on the continent. Of course, this special relationship itself has considerably altered over the years, especially since the Suez fiasco. While Anthony Eden's successor, Harold Macmillan, assiduously repaired the damage done to British-American relations, and all the while insisting that Britain was still Great Britain, he charted a new course of utter subservience to American wishes. And when he went to Moscow in 1959, he made sure beforehand that he had Secretary of State Dullow's permission to do so. A well-known American journalist makes no bones about the fact that many Americans have been gratified by the deference, at times verging on servility, showed to United States interests and policies by Prime Minister Macmillan and the majority of his associates in the cabinet. But then, it was already well known that 20 years before, when he was British minister resident in Algiers during World War II, Harold Macmillan had stated his belief that these Americans represent the new Roman Empire and we Britons, like the Greeks of old, must teach them how to make it go. Macmillan, the wily, self-styled Greek, was determined to beat the other European Greeks in the race to become the prime advisor to the Roman Americans. Under Macmillan's leadership, Britain took a big step toward further satellisation and pushed France on its road toward increasing neutralism. Coincidentally, Harold Macmillan himself decided that the time had come to face facts on the continent. The unexpected success of the six-nation common market, combined with Britain's own economic stagnation, was compelling the British to change their views. On August 7, 1961, Prime Minister Macmillan announced in the House of Commons that Britain would seek admittance to the common market, a historic announcement which implied, in fact, that Britain was no longer able to preserve its insularity in a world of superpowers. Breaking with a thousand-year-old tradition, the British had come to admit that now they were only one of Europe's offshore islands. With mixed humility and cunning, the British paid their respects to an unexpected continental success, but fully intended to get in on the venture and wrest control of it from the arrogant hands of Charles de Gaulle. This they could hope to achieve by preserving their vital financial position in world trade, their extensive connections with the Commonwealth, and, well, more important, their special relationship with the United States. In other words, by becoming the vital hinge between the Continental Six and the outside world, they could influence both in turn to their own advantage by playing diplomatically one against the other. By dragging in some of their EFTA partners, the British could further hope to dilute the overwhelming Franco-German leadership once admitted within the organization, stated a noted journalist at the time. Britain may influence the direction of this mighty force and lead it toward a greater amalgamation of power with the United States, Canada, and perhaps Australia and New Zealand in a great community of the free, the very concept that would hitch the common market to the English-speaking chariot and which Charles de Gaulle abhors. Needless to say, the Kennedy administration was fully in favor of the scheme, and no great foresight was required to foretell that de Gaulle would slam the common market's door in Britain's face, which he did in January 1963. Years went by and power shifted from the Conservatives to Labour in London. But the problem and the attitudes hardly changed at all, except that Britain's economic predicament was becoming steadily worse, and that the British had not given up hope of joining the common market on their own terms, and determined to shift its course toward the high seas. The same Harold Wilson who, in 1967, started banging on the doors of the common market seeking admittance, doors against which the full and considerable weight of Charles de Gaulle was brought to bear again in order to keep it closed, stated, in October 1963, the perennial British view of the matter in the following terms: we regard an Atlantic partnership, indeed, a wider than Atlantic grouping, covering the Commonwealth and Latin America, as the objective. We felt that membership of the EEC would have been worthwhile as a stepping stone to this wider free world unity. Harold Wilson's, and indeed Britain's, atavistic policy has not changed and will not change. Britain's entrance into the common market can only be a stepping stone to a wider Atlantic community, never to a united Europe standing on a par with the world's two superpowers. To a great extent, large and distant as it is, there is no doubt that America is bound to adopt some elements of the British attitude toward any attempt at European unification of a strictly continental variety. That is, a European Union from which Britain would be excluded. Charles de Gaulle's attitude can only reinforce the United States' suspicion that a Europe politically organized without Britain and the United States would be a Europe organized against. This is the whole reason for America's enthusiasm about Britain joining the common market. Once inside the gates, Britain would be America's broker and would keep the door open for her. De Gaulle was perfectly right in stating that Britain would become a Trojan horse within the common market, and in the long run he can do nothing about it. It is bound to happen. Had the political unification of Europe really been one of Washington's objectives, it would have been wiser to encourage rather than hinder the rapprochement between France and Germany that had been worked out between de Gaulle and Adenauer. At the above-mentioned press conference, de Gaulle stated with repressed anger, "It is not our doing if the preferential contacts ceaselessly developed by Bonn with Washington have deprived the French-German agreement of inspiration and substance. The fact is, and will remain, that London will never completely trust a real, durable alliance between France and Germany, inevitable cornerstone of Europe's political unification, around which other continental countries could then agglomerate. For this Frankenreich monster the British will always have a mixed feeling of fear and hostility. This would be true in the best of circumstances, that is, even if France was headed by a friendly government. How much truer it is when Charles de Gaulle is lord of the Élysée Palace. And when it comes to European matters, British views and influence are still paramount in Washington. One must never lose sight of a fundamental fact of political history. With the exception of Britain and a few minor countries in Northern Europe, the United States, alone in the world, has preserved the same political system and the same constitution since it became a nation in the 18th century. At great cost and bloodshed, it has not only preserved the Union, but also strengthened it and increased its size while preserving a remarkable political stability and the rule of law. It has been free of the social upheavals and revolutions that have ravaged and still are ravaging the rest of the world. Its compact society has been able to evolve creatively, achieve an unparalleled standard of living, and develop peacefully the new political and social institutions that changing conditions require. Alone among all the Western democracies, it has been able, without any breach in the Constitution, to develop an equally unparalleled concentration of executive power with which to deal with unexpected emergencies. In other words, in spite of wide and often furious differences of opinion as to the proper course of action in any given circumstances, the United States presents itself to the world as a compact bloc, in space as well as through time, united with its past and its traditions, looking far into the technological future, united in whatever present course of action has been decided upon by the people's chosen leader whom they will follow. On the whole, with discipline and loyalty, even if they disagree with his policy. This is true of no other free country in the world. In particular, it is true of no country on the European continent. Quite apart from the fact that it is today the greatest superpower, the United States enjoys a comparatively superb political metabolism which only a few others, and much smaller countries, can enjoy. It is in terms of the molecular structure of their respective social organisms that the United States and Europe's nation states should be compared. And, apart from the racial problem, which is the only seriously disruptive element in American society, the comparison, in terms of social efficiency and power, breeding, is all to the advantage of the United States. Without referring to European nation-states such as Italy and Germany that were not even united until the second half of the 19th century, we can select France as a perfect instance of poor political metabolism, of endemic instability. When the United States achieved its independence and adopted the Constitution under which Americans still live today, France was still in the age of its ancient regime, absolute monarchy, overthrown in 1789. It gave way to a chronic instability which has been France's trademark ever since then. The Great Revolution itself, ending in the Directoire and Consulate, followed by Napoleon's First Empire, the restoration of the monarchy in 1815, overthrown by the 1830 Revolution in favor of Louis Philippe's bourgeois monarchy, in turn overthrown in 1848 by the advent of the Second Republic, which gave way 3 years later to Louis Bonaparte's Second Empire, which crumbled in the aftermath of the Franco-Prussian War. We then have to record the advent of the Third Republic, a 70 years duration miracle, which came to an end in the military debacle of 1940. After a remarkable display of disunity and inner squabbling among themselves during the war, the French then set up the Fourth Republic after World War II, and saw it disintegrate in 1958, to be replaced by Charles de Gaulle's Fifth Republic, the last one to date. Quite clearly, this turbulent history shows that France has not yet found its true political balance and cannot present itself to the world as an organized, disciplined, purposeful nation determined to control its independent destiny. How then can it pretend to challenge, for any length of time, other nations that are not only much larger, wealthier, and more powerful, but also politically and socially far more stable? To make matters worse, both France and Italy harbor within their body social large communist party, whose membership is made up of internal émigrés recruited in their vast proletariats, and who care not one whit for the present bourgeois regimes and national aspirations. Able to muster anywhere from 1/5 to 1/4 of the total voting strength, these large, undigested communist movements represent a potential threat of real magnitude for the bourgeois leaderships of both France and Italy. In times of real crisis, Their potential power might be such as to throw their country's frightened middle classes at the mercy of some external protective force. The United States, for instance, more particularly in the case of France, the existence of such a large, disciplined, and enduring Communist Party actually mortgages its middle class, inasmuch as it represents an ineradicable check on its power of leadership and freedom of decision, as was dramatically demonstrated in 1940 when many French communists collaborated with the invading Germans in the aftermath of the Hitler-Stalin Pact. The West European communist parties may no longer be subservient to Moscow as they were in Stalin's days. They still remain ideologically linked with Soviet Russia and are prepared to work and risk for the sake of Russia's national and imperial strategic interests, all the while believing that they are working for world revolution. It is essentially a religious-like feeling of brotherhood within the embrace of a faith blindly adopted, which links all West European communist parties to their Mecca in Moscow. Their power of disruption is immense, their discipline fearsome. Communists in France and Italy never miss voting with almost religious obedience, whereas their opponents, who believe in freedom and democracy, often have a poor voting record. In France, in particular, with its deeply rooted revolutionary tradition, going all the way back to the Great Revolution of 1789 and the Commune of 1871. The Communist Party, with over 400,000 dedicated members organized in 19,000 closely knit cells, is a world of its own, a country within a country, with its own doctors, lawyers, bankers, publishing houses, bookstores, publications, film directors, theaters, sports teams, women's associations, Boy Scouts, poets, and even nightclub singers. The only French political organization headed by full-time professionals entirely devoted to the party. It resembles a crusading church rather than a political party. Its fanatical members have more in common with religious leaders than with politicians. Largely in control of Paris's famous Red Belt, with over 3 million inhabitants in fast-spreading industrial suburbs, they run their model local governments with ruthless and incorruptible efficiency. They are clever enough to capitalize on every social problem that presents itself, regardless of the issues involved. And with Jesuitical skill, they will just as well stand up for the small farmer and pass themselves off as the champions of the small, privately owned farm, as they will for the poorest member of the industrial proletariat. And for all the changes that have taken place, both in Soviet Russia's structure and in that of international communism at large, they remain as emotionally dedicated to Moscow as Muslims to Mecca. They are a power to be reckoned with under any circumstances, a political tapeworm in the bowels of France, even in Britain, whose political metabolism is far superior to France's, and where communism is not a social problem and does not command the allegiance of entire social classes. Communists expertly steal away the leadership of labor unions from their legitimately elected leaders to promote devastating strikes and weaken further Britain's alarmingly weak economy. Indeed, Prime Minister Wilson made no bones about it when, on October 24, 1967, he bluntly stated that he had evidence of a communist plot to wreck Britain's economy. All this is poor ground for the development of any significant power base, even on a semi-continental scale, Eastern Europe being out of the picture of any unification scheme for the time being. On the other hand, this is fertile soil for the gradual implantation of foreign influences and the concealed application of a determined political will from abroad. Even Gaullism cannot put up much of a resistance. The self-assured expression of post-war French nationalism will not outlive Charles de Gaulle. It may still find instinctive expression in small, unimportant ways, but it will never recapture the unified, purposeful, and dramatic expression he gave it in the 1960s. The spectacular French crisis in May 1968, with its student rebellion and paralyzing general strike, underscored the fundamental weakness of an old country led by rigid, backward-looking mandarins who have proved incapable of adapting France's antiquated social and academic structures to the requirements of an increasingly technological age. In a revolutionary atmosphere of impending civil war, the entire Gaullist edifice began to show signs of disintegration, slowly dragging along with it to its eventual doom its brilliant paraphernalia of independent foreign policy, nuclear force de frappe, and vast gold hoard. And so will Europe's last flame of independent spirit be snuffed out, leaving the old world divided against itself in so many ways, at the mercy of the non-European superpowers. Without even noticing the steady erosion of their outdated sovereignty, the weak and disparate European nations, unable to truly unite into a new organic whole, are doomed to fall into a superpower's orbit. Already at the time of the Marshall Plan, then through the agency of the Atlantic Alliance and NATO, it became clear that multiplying relations between a superpower and smaller nation states could no longer use the normal diplomatic channels, which are the traditional means of contact between sovereign nations, soon flooded by the swelling mass of contacts required by one emergency after another. These diplomatic channels were quickly replaced by direct links between the powerful American departments and their weak European counterparts, power flowing directly from the strong to the weak pole. This international phenomenon is made possible by the decline of legislative influence and the steady enhancement of executive authority in every country. Even in Britain, where the mother of parliaments is still enthroned in its Gothic palace, the decline of the power and influence of the venerable House of Commons is startling. Britain is no longer ruled by its MPs, but by a strong, discreet caste of sophisticated bureaucrats whose citadel is Whitehall, and against whose entrenched and enduring power elected representatives can hardly do anything. Power is steadily passing into the hands of the permanent officials, out of those of Parliament, and into the hands of the Prime Minister, out of those of the Cabinet. Nothing has done more to enhance this bureaucratic power than the vast nationalization of private business and industry carried out by the Labour governments, to the point where over 40% of Britain's total investments is owned by public authorities. And what is true of Britain, as a relatively new feature in its history, has long been true of France, whose talkative deputies have never had much share of real power, since Napoleon established a permanent bureaucracy of men. One can therefore understand that this erosion of legislative power everywhere is leading to direct confrontations between bureaucracy, bypassing congresses and parliaments, leading in turn to either conflict or subordination and virtual integration of bureaucracies serving, ostensibly, different countries. For instance, the direct gearing of a particular American department, agency, or even private company to their European counterparts can only lead to de facto integrations. In the 1950s, this was particularly noticeable in military matters. In the 1960s, it is becoming increasingly evident in economic matters. This progressive symbiosis, by increasingly meshing their respective bureaucracies and administrative apparatuses and industrial corporations at the highest level, along with their military establishments and their technological centers, can only lead to growing unification on an Atlantic and no longer European level. An equally gradual atrophy of West European nations' sovereignty and political independence will automatically lead to Washington's assumption of European responsibilities, leading eventually but inevitably to an Atlantic empire, of which the United States will have become the nucleus. This new form of transatlantic imperialism is slowly becoming multidimensional as American influence comes to be exercised in a wide variety of realms, vertically linking American groups in Europe, military, diplomatic, business, intelligence, cultural, to their headquarters in the United States, and horizontally, in more discreet fashion, linking these American groups transplanted into a European country with one another, joining them in a common, and partly instinctive, effort to dominate the European nation, state in which they live, upholding and assisting each other in such a way as to increase tenfold the effectiveness of their influence. A perfect example of this imperial network in action on a horizontal plane was given in January 1968 by Germany's Social Democrat member of the Bundestag, Martin Hirsch, when he accused American officials in Germany, where they were entitled to monitor West German communications for defense purposes, of handing over confidential German business information to competing American firms. And he added that there is a much closer contact between American government and military officials in business than is usual in Germany. 335. The second half of the 1960s has witnessed a bold attempt to dismantle part of the intricate machinery linking both continents on the North Atlantic when Charles de Gaulle expelled the NATO headquarters and entire military paraphernalia from France. Many took this to be a sign of the times, a normal return to old-style national independence, a sort of business-as-usual reversal due to the gradual thawing of the Cold War freeze. They are likely to be just as short-sighted as those who saw in the American isolationism of the interwar era a decisive return to normal conditions. Instead of seeing in it the swan song of business as usual, there will never be a return to normal conditions in those terms. The old-fashioned nation-state is dying on its feet, not without making a great fuss about it. It is happening inevitably. What gives it its disturbing feature to many is that every sacrifice of national sovereignty falls on the shoulders of Europe's weak nation-states, not on those of the United States. When, shortly before the Nassau meeting between President Kennedy and Prime Minister Macmillan, the Americans offered, in exchange for the ill-fated Skybolt, to sell Polaris missiles to London, they insisted in exchange that Britain's Polaris force would have to be irrevocably committed to NATO. In other words, irrevocably under ultimate American command. This the British indignantly refused, claiming that the terms should be the same as those originally set for the Skybolt. The Americans can afford to commit, irrevocably, anything they please to a supranational organism, such as NATO, because they're in ultimate control of it. It all amounts to shifting it from their right to their left hand. This is not the case with the European nation-states, whose sovereignty and independence are being steadily eroded, whose freedom of choice shrinks relentlessly. The inescapable wave of the future is not a revival of the European nation-state, but its gradual atrophy. If the fact is not faced, if the Europeans attempt to fight the inevitable, they can only further fasten the alien grip on their destiny, enhancing the imperial nature of the alien hegemony. Since imperialism is essentially the predominance of the part over the whole, European institutions are slowly crumbling under the onslaught, and European power is fast slipping away. What Europeans will now have to struggle for is no longer the retention of an illusory sovereignty, the chimera of the eternal nation-state. They must and will struggle for fair representation within the North Atlantic community, a concrete reality on every level, and tool, which is growing by leaps and bounds and is begging for some form of institutionalization. They must transform what is fast becoming a partly invisible, unavowed empire into a visible, institutionalized community in which political representation and distribution of power will be evenly shared by all on both sides of the Atlantic. America's imperial burden is becoming increasingly heavy, and the only way its innumerable commitments can be met is for the imperial body to grow up organically, cell by cell, to the size required to shoulder this increasingly weighty load. In other words, by organic union with Western Europe, Canada, and Australia. It was striking, For instance, that early in 1968, at a time when the United States was having considerable difficulty enlisting the manpower required to prosecute the war in Southeast Asia. It was disclosed that about 500 Britons were volunteering every week to serve with the American forces in Vietnam. In March 1968, an American embassy spokesman in London stated that we would have no trouble in raising a British division or two to serve in Vietnam indeed. With the disintegration of the British Empire and other European colonial empires, a great deal of Europe's newly available manpower could very well beef up America's own strained resources in the buildup of its empire. But Washington's bureaucratic leaders, stuck in old grooves and lacking in imagination, could not even bring themselves to amend the old legal proviso that foreign volunteers would have to pay their own fare to the United States. The institutionalization of the Atlantic community would be beneficial to all concerned on many grounds. The military burden in defense of Western Europe would be more equally shared. And so would the defense of the West's, no longer just the United States, imperial positions throughout the world. The deficit in the United States balance of payments, which is largely the counterpart of continental Europe's surplus, would disappear overnight. And so would old trade barriers. A grave international problem would become a minor domestic one. The weight and might of this confederation of 500 million free citizens would be such as to make it invulnerable to the aggressions of any other combination of powers in the world. Nothing remains static in life and in history. What does not move forward constructively moves backward destructively. The American failure to take the lead in the late 1950s in transforming NATO into a tight Atlantic Union or confederation, as urged by many of its far-sighted Canadian and European allies, led straight to a breakdown of Western solidarity and a virtual collapse of NATO itself, not to mention the possibility of rising protectionism, trade wars, and monetary chaos. Had the same imagination that had led to the Marshall Plan and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization been displayed 10 or 15 years later, on a political level this time, Charles de Gaulle would never have had a chance to disrupt Western solidarity. This disruption is only a temporary setback, however. There is some evidence that the wisest of France's Gaullist leaders themselves are uncertain as to whether they can re-establish the French nation-state's full independence. When, in a 1967 television appearance, French Premier Georges Pompidou compared de Gaulle to Philopémen, the last of the great Greek leaders to resist the Romans. He was quite obviously trying to pay him a compliment in thus describing him as the last European who was willing to stand up to the spreading hegemony of the modern Roman. Did he also slyly intend to convey the notion that de Gaulle's entire crusade was a Baroud d'honneur, a glorious fight for a lost cause, and that it would go down in history as being just as doomed from the start as that of the great Philopémen, because neither could or would unite Greeks and Europeans in a common stand against Roman and American hegemonies. Europe's historical greatness sprang in ages past from the stimulating rivalries between its component states and nations. America's own greatness, on the contrary, sprang from its relentless striving toward union, even at the cost of a major civil war. Of what European statesman could it be said, as Alexander Stephens said of Abraham Lincoln, that the union with him, in sentiment, rose to the sublimity of religious mysticism? 337. The principle of unity is incarnate in the American body politic, and it is only under American leadership that such overall unification of the West can take place, West European unity being included in it as one of its components. And only then can Marshal Lin Piao's world cities roll back the revolutionary threat flung at Western civilization from the depths of the world countryside. This unification can come by stealth, as it has for 2 decades of crisis and international emergencies, or it can come openly through free debate and the conscious will toward a North Atlantic confederation. In any case, The two continents bordering the North Atlantic are already being integrated in more ways than one. Probably the most dramatic in the 1960s is the economic way of integration. 13. Economic hegemony. America's growing hegemony in the realms of economics and technology amounts to an entirely new form of imperialism, largely invisible and unobtrusive to all but the technicians involved. This peaceful invasion is worldwide, but it is in Western Europe that its political repercussions are likely to be the most far-reaching. The old world, whose antiquated social and economic structures are slowly crumbling and are simultaneously being rebuilt by the influx of American managerial know-how and technological proficiency. Europe is having its old face lifted, but when the new face appears after surgery, it is an American and no longer a European face. Throughout the 19th century, European capital had poured into North America, as it did into every other continent. Fresh capital that, along with America's own native capital, built railroads and industrial plants and developed the United States. 2 world wars have decisively reversed the flow, and the 2 decades following the end of World War II have witnessed the most extraordinary outflow of American capital and business know-how, which is threatening to submerge most of the non-communist world. In fact, the economic expansion of America's giant corporations is in the process of leading to their virtual control of the free world's key industries. This process is so startling and so relentless that it is raising a hue and cry all over the world. In October 1966, the Canadian Liberal Party's policy conference in Ottawa was requested to do something to halt the spread of United States control of Canadian industry, by which time, roughly half of Canada's industry and more than half of Canada's mineral resources were already in American hands. In June 1966, George C. McGee, United States Ambassador in Bonn, speaking to the Rhine-Ruhr Club of Düsseldorf, felt compelled to deny that United States investment represents a threat to the German economic independence. Belgian economic circles criticizes their Zawi government for inducing Americans to take over a large slice of their industrial potential by providing incentives for investments in underdeveloped areas such as West Flanders, or soft areas such as the declining coal mining regions. But, in reply, the Belgian government points out that the same incentives are offered to Belgian companies who refuse to take advantage of them, and adds, hopefully, that American companies are oriented only toward profits, not politics. Labor troubles plague many American-owned automobile plants in Britain. Typical was the trouble in the autumn of 1965 at the General Motors-owned Vauxhall automobile factory in Luton, where, to the cry of "Bloody Americans," British workers threatened to break into the office of the American Director of Manufacturing. The impact of American management concepts sparked as much trouble at the Chrysler-owned Roots Motors plant at Linwood, near Glasgow. Wholesale dismissal of French workers at General Motors' Frigidaire plant in Gennevilliers, and in 1962 at Remington Rand's Callaware factory near Lyon, triggered a short-lived attempt on the part of the French government to halt, in the early 1960s, the inflow of American capital and control. Even in microscopic, neutral Switzerland, the takeover of the Raffineries du Rhône The first Swiss venture into oil refining by Standard Oil of New Jersey prompted an outburst of anti-soy American feeling, pungently expressed by one disappointed stockholder who stated, "I am no Gaullist, but with the way American business is taking over in Europe, I say the United States is losing more friends all the time." The fact is that the expansion of America's economic power and influence throughout the world is irresistible. The bare statistics alone are staggering. Whereas in 1950, United States assets and investments abroad totaled the already impressive amount of $31 billion. This figure had leaped to $106 billion 15 years later. During the same 15 years, American private investments climbed from 19 to 80 billion, while the United States government credits and claims went from 12 to 25 billion. The most significant segment of this remarkable ascent is the rise of direct private long-term investments from less than 12 billion in 1950 to over 57 billion in 1966. These figures represent not only the actual stakes owned by American interests in foreign lands, but also the direct application of their management and economic overlordship abroad. Broken down geographically, in 1966, American ownership reached over $17 billion in Canada, almost $11 billion in the rest of the Western Hemisphere, over $16 billion in Western Europe, $2 billion in Africa, $3 billion in Asia, and again, $2 billion in Australia and the South Pacific. In actual fact, however, these figures represent only the book value, which underestimates to a considerable extent the actual market value of these investments. The rapid pace of this economic invasion can be gauged from the fact that in the late 1960s, America's private business concerns invested abroad somewhere between $8 and $9 billion a year. For purposes of comparison, it should be noted that American corporations were spending well over $60 billion a year on new plants and equipment at home, over 6 times as much as in the rest of the world. From these astronomical figures, it is clear that the United States corporations focus heavily on Canada and Western Europe. That is, on the most industrialized countries outside the United States itself, with the exception of Japan, which protects its native ownership against foreign takeovers. This economic invasion is highly profitable. Total sales of foreign affiliates of American corporations reached roughly $43 billion in 1966, having more than doubled since their $18 billion sales in 1957. Yielding a net total profit of about $6 billion in 1966. But again, in terms of ultimate political implications, it is American industry's invasion of Western Europe that is most significant. 1/3 of all the automobiles manufactured in Europe are built in American-owned or controlled plants. American firms control between 1/4 and 1/3 of the oil industry's market in Britain and the common market. In tires, earth-moving equipment, razor blades, sewing machines, and countless other industries, their share is even larger. By 1967, American firms had a stake of almost $6 billion in Britain alone, produced 10% of its manufacturing output, 17% of its exports, employed already 1 out of 16 British workers, controlled about 7% of the country's total industrial assets, and at the present rate of growth, would control 1/4 of Britain's entire economy by 1980. In many ways, and to an increasing degree, the centers of economic decisions in Europe are shifting to the United States. European industry is now faced with the threat of becoming a mere subcontractor of American industry. In spite of occasional outbursts of anger at America's economic imperialism, it is usually the Europeans themselves who invite American participation, and eventually American control, in all industrial sectors where American technological advance has become unchallengeable. In the techniques of management, cost accounting, marketing, publicity, and in all advanced technological fields where their immense superiority in research and development tells, along with their ability to tap an enormous capital market which is rarely available to European concerns. Furthermore, most American subsidiaries in Europe now have a considerable capacity for self-generated growth and are becoming increasingly independent of United States finance. As early as 1965, over half of the funds required for the expansion of American firms in Europe were borrowed on the European market. One-third was derived from subsidies extracted from European governments and from local financing, and only 1/10 came directly from the United States. The American share of this financing increases constantly. For the first 3 quarters of 1967, the flow of dollars from the United States for the financing of direct corporate investments was down 14% from the same period in 1966. 346, while American subsidiaries raised increasing amounts of money on the spot. In the Old World, mainly tapping the Eurodollar debenture market. In other words, American corporations are no longer taking over European industry with their enormous financial resources. Since they finance these takeovers mostly with European money, they are taking over primarily with organizational ability and constructive imagination. Nor is this invasion merely an altruistic missionary effort to teach the Europeans how to do business. Their profit margins, along with their growth rate, average twice that of their European rivals. In all this, they receive considerable assistance from the Europeans themselves, rather than merge with European competitors and pool 2 weak firms. Many European concerns are only too happy to find security in the ample bosom of some giant American corporation that can and will provide the safety of its size, its technological and managerial know-how, and its vast financial means. Size is often of the essence. The sales of General Motors alone exceed the gross national product of 9 out of 10 of the world's nations, and its capitalization in the 1960s is larger than the total capitalization represented on the Paris Stock Exchange. It is easy to understand the feeling of security engendered in those who are absorbed. American business in Europe has an additional and highly important advantage. Unlike most of its European competitors, it thinks European, not local or national. It is mentally geared to tap the whole European market, not merely that of France, Britain, Commonwealth, Germany, or Italy, thinking in terms of a single continental market, with a sales network covering the whole continent and straddling dozens of nation-states, with a uniform accounting system. The American subsidiary is in truth more typically European than any European firm rooted in one single country. Up to 1967, only one European merger had taken place in the common market, the German Alpha and the Belgian Gevaert companies, 10 years after its birth, separated by a multitude of different national fiscal systems, patent laws, trade unions, rules of competition, languages, traditions, and tastes, with miniature stock exchanges and capital markets that are totally inadequate. The continental Europeans are beginning to discover that it is the Americans who are thinking European and making a united Europe, albeit increasingly as an economic subsidiary of the United States. 347. Nothing can really stand in the way of the American economic juggernaut, not even the blatant use of local political pressure, the last-ditch defense of the antiquated nation-state. Too many counter-pressures can be brought to bear. The takeover of Machine Bull by General Electric is a case in point. When General Electric offered to buy 20% of France's largest and ailing manufacturer of computers and data processing machines in 1964, the French government refused to grant permission. The main reason being the previous refusal of the United States government to allow France's Atomic Energy Commission's purchase of a large IBM computer required for its nuclear research center. And who had to give in first? The French government, for compelling financial and technological reasons. Eventually, Machine Bull was allowed to go into partnership with General Electric, prelude to its absorption. With the exception of a subdivision engaged in French defense work, it had been soon discovered that France could supply neither the technological know-how nor the capital required to save Machine Bull from bankruptcy. Whoa, and Charles de Gaulle finally received his IBM computer in 1966.349. It is not only the United States government that prevents France, for instance, from blocking new American investments, to single out the most hostile country in Europe in the 1960s. Aside from the fact that, as a member of the developing common market, the French nation-state has already lost part of its sovereignty, and therefore partial control of its economic destiny. Investments that should have gone to France in 1964 and 1965 went instead to its common market neighbors. 350. General Motors switched a new plant from Strasbourg to Antwerp. A major petrochemical plant, planned for Bordeaux, was eventually built in Belgium. From there, these concerns can just as effectively compete in France, once tariff barriers have dropped within the common market. Realizing at last that resistance was worse than useless, the French authorities gave in late in 1965, and the American flood was resumed. It was made plain that no single European country can operate a restrictive policy all by itself. Even the present common market has already become too small for effective resistance to the invasion from overseas. An enormous amount of work still remains to be done on the unification of European tax systems and corporate statutes as a preliminary to European mergers which, alone, could stand up to American competition. In fact, the emergence of the common market has benefited primarily the European subsidiaries of American corporations, because only the Americans were mentally geared to take advantage of it. The fact that so far, America's direct investments in the common market represent already 7 or 8% of total manufacturing capacity is not as important as the fact that these investments are concentrated in specifically vital sectors, servicing growth industries, and the fact that these investments have grown from $600 million in 1950 to $6 billion in 1965 and roughly $7 billion in 1967 can well be interpreted as an actual takeover in, well, the making of the vital sinews of Europe's industrial power. The process is irresistible, inasmuch as the United States leadership in research and development is steadily widening the technological gap which separates Europe from America. It is not that European governments lack the will to stem the tide. They often do, and not only in France, but most of the time, unsuccessfully. A perfect symbol of the insidious inevitability of American power's extension is the history of Roots Motors Limited's acquisition by Chrysler Corporation. Anthony Wedgwood Benn, Britain's Minister of Technology, told the House of Commons on January 17, 1967, that Roots was insolvency being largely attributable to the British government's austerity program. The Minister of Technology then stated that the previous Conservative government had tied the hands of its Labour successor by letting Chrysler buy a minority interest in Roots as early as 1964, which had then led to full integration of marketing and managerial activities. Such integration implying, evidently, the American takeover of marketing and management, owing to their unquestioned superiority in these fields. The result was that Roots could no longer be merged with another British automobile company. Some members of the House of Commons then suggested that it be bought out by the British government itself. Again, Anthony Wedgwood Benn proved that it was too late. The current expansion plans of Roots depended entirely on the 1964 agreements on technological exchanges with Chrysler. In other words, owning only a minority interest in the British firm. Chrysler had come to dominate the situation so completely through its managerial, marketing, and technological superiority, bolstered by its enormous financial resources, that the British government itself could no longer prevent the complete final takeover by Chrysler, an 85% ceiling being agreed to as a face-saving device. And right away, the Americans took charge. The American chief executive went through the company like a whirlwind, according to the phlegmatic but startled British, and reshaped it down to grassroots with Chrysler men in key positions. The board of directors remained, but power was instantly shifted to a new administrative committee in which key positions were handed over to Chrysler men. Toward the end of 1967, the Sunday Telegraph could only conclude that Roots is responding to American surgery. The political impact of this rapid expansion can be far-reaching. Quite obviously, although America's giant corporations are often euphemistically dubbed multinational, they remain, in fact, subservient to the government of the United States. An American company's foreign affiliate can presumably get its parent company into trouble, even with the consent of the host government. It sells prohibited goods to a communist country that is not in good standing with Washington. Quite likely, the parent company can then be prosecuted for violation of the United States Trading with the Enemy Act. Needless to say, the parent company will use its unlimited authority over its foreign affiliates to make them comply with the wishes of the government, of the United States government, that is. For instance, for all the virulent nationalism proclaimed by President de Gaulle, France could not sell Caravelle jetliners to Red China because American electronic equipment is an important component of the aircraft, which component falls under the sway of the United States Trading with the Enemy Act. Toward the end of 1967, under the Cuban Assets Control Regulations, Washington's Treasury Department forbade the 65% American-owned Clayson Company of Zedelgem in Belgium to accept a $1 million order from Cuba, triggering a predictable outburst of Belgian resentment at American interference in Belgium's internal affairs, and compelling the government in Brussels to attempt, through diplomatic channels, to induce the American government to rescind the order. In other words, American power makes itself felt in an extraterritorial way, and the governments of the nation states, who feel their sovereignty slipping away unobtrusively, attempt to fight back. President Lyndon Johnson's sweeping orders, issued in January 1968, that West European subsidiaries of American corporations send home the major portion of their earnings, prompted France's Finance Minister Michel Debré to issue veiled threats of reprisals. 355, it soon became clear that such subsidiaries could well be faced with the choice of violating either Washington's executive order or the standard corporate law of the host countries. A contest of political power was on. Just about the same time, in January 1968, William Gordon, President of Canada's Privy Council, presented to the Cabinet a copy of the task force report on the growth of foreign ownership and control. The task force had dealt at length with the fact that Canada's sovereignty was being eroded by the extraterritorial claims of the United States, and among other items, strongly recommended legislation to block Canadian-based companies from abiding by foreign court decisions affecting their parent company. All this is very well, but in the long run, who needs whom? And who is politically, militarily, economically, and technologically in the stronger position? However international it may appear, an American-controlled multinational corporation is driven to organize itself on two distinct levels. 1. Increasing strategic centralization in matters of overall planning and global policy, which is carried out in the United States. 2. Increasing tactical decentralization of all other functions. giving foreign subsidiaries and the host governments the illusion of greater independence than they actually possess. The most striking aspect of this economic onslaught came out of a report from the United States Council of the International Chamber of Commerce, forcefully rejecting the thesis that the voluntary restraints on the outflow of dollars, set up in 1963, would cure the perennial deficit in the United States' international balance of payments. On the contrary, it urged that all government assistance be given to a carefully planned, long-term expansion of American investments and business on the grounds that this is the only way, consistent with maintaining our worldwide economic position, that the continuing, ever-growing commitments of the United States can be met. Thus, a self-perpetuating mechanism is being set up, requiring ever more American economic involvements in other countries in order to pay for the United States' increasing political commitments abroad, with the result that they issue, in turn, require added political involvement for the protection of these economic stakes, and which in turn can only be paid for by additional economic penetration. However, on January 1, 1968, this self-perpetuating mechanism was brought under Washington's administrative control by President Lyndon Johnson's executive order prohibiting private American investments abroad without the approval of the Secretary of Commerce. The ostensible reason for taking this drastic step was the worsening American balance of international payments deficit, in turn triggered by the vast expenditures of the Vietnam War and the speculative attacks on the dollar stimulated by Britain's devaluation of the pound sterling in 1967. But since then, as has been pointed out previously, American subsidiaries in Europe were already financing 9/10 of their expansion by raising money outside the United States. The progress of America's growing economic hegemony will be merely slowed down, not halted. Quite obviously, it is not in the United States' interest to halt a process which generates abroad net receipts for America, inflows from interests, dividends, royalties, fees, incremental exports, etc. at an annual rate of $4 billion, which more than counterbalances the $2 to $3 billion outflow. The basic problem is that, in the late 1960s, the United States government was spending abroad on foreign aid, tourism, and military deployment at twice the rate at which the private sector was generating additional surpluses. However, the point has already been reached where European prosperity itself is at stake, inasmuch as American investments in the Old World's industries have now become a vital component of Europe's economic expansion. If American investments were totally cut off for any length of time, European industry would stagnate and fall back further in terms of technological and managerial competitiveness. On the other hand, it would eventually be counterproductive for the United States, in the sense of aggravating, rather than solving its balance of payments problem. Looking at the political implications of President Johnson's executive order, it is clear that by bringing private American investments overseas under Washington's direct control, the American government will be able to shift these investments from hostile countries, France, for instance, to other, more friendly lands. It is therefore a political weapon of awesome power that could conceivably bring the hostile country to its knees, since by cutting off the flow of American investments, it would also be knocking a great deal of its industry out of world competition. Directing the flow of American investments, for instance, to the other common market countries to the exclusion of France would, in time, ruin the French economy and allow the wholesale takeover of what would be left by its more prosperous common market partners. The truth of the matter is that the intermingling of the American and European economies has reached such a stage that any large-scale tampering with the present trans-oceanic currents can only harm both interdependent economies. and that the growth of America's economic hegemony is intimately connected with the unparalleled post-war prosperity, which is already well into its third decade. Any successful effort to fight this growing hegemony along the lines laid down by the French economist Jacques Rueff, de Gaulle's mentor in the science of economics, could only result in triggering a worldwide depression. Key to the rapid development of American economic power in all its aspects is its single-minded emphasis on research and development, R&D, being usually the pioneers in both peace and war technologies. Americans are always exploring new technological territory, always solving problems that no one has ever had to face before. Unlike their more tradition-bound and static European cousins, they conceive life in dynamic terms. They live in the stream of time as fish in a swirling river, where Europeans would like to believe that this swirling river is only a placid lake. Being pioneers in research in most fields of human endeavor, they are bound to be leaders in most key technologies. Here again, statistics are eloquent. In 1939, Europe and America both spent roughly $500 million a year on R&D. A quarter of a century later, America was spending at the yearly rate of $24 billion as against 7 or 8 in Europe. DuPont, the chemical giant, was then spending as much money on research as the whole of France's private industry. As national entities, France was spending roughly $1 billion and Britain $2 billion on R&D. Such differences are out of all proportion to the respective differences in size and wealth. But, whereas American consumer industries, for instance, spend about 4% of their turnover on research, comparable European firms spend 1% or less. All told, the United States spends 10 times the per capita figure and 4 times the total of what the whole of Europe spends on R&D, 359. In order to get a bird's eye view of the rising importance of research and development in this new technological age, the following figures should be kept in mind. Whereas total American R&D expenditures in 1921 were roughly $150 million, representing 0% of the gross national product, with a percentage of government financing of 17. Comparable figures in 1967 were $24 billion, representing 3% of GNP, with a percentage of government financing of 63. The full meaning of this disparity does not lie only in the remarkable increase in the percentage of GNP devoted to R&D, but also to the fast-rising percentage of government financing. And while European governments spend only small amounts on research, the United States government alone spent $15 billion in 1967. In 1966, for instance, the American defense budget allocated about 10% of the total, or over $6 billion, to R&D. Thousands of new weapons are simultaneously on the drawing boards of the Pentagon's 83 laboratories and arsenals, as well as on those of universities and private industry. Government expenditure on development, roughly $10 billion in 1967, focuses on space, supersonic transport aircraft, nuclear reactors and weapons, healthcare, telecommunications, weather forecasting, advanced mail handling systems. Government expenditures on research, roughly $6 billion in 1967, focuses on space, medical research, basic scientific research, and housing and urban renewal problems. Of all this $15 billion in government money in 1967, the government actually performed only 14%, industry 70%, and the universities the rest. The important element here is the indirect commercial fallout from space and defense R&D. Spin-off products applicable to the civilian market are now flooding the world. The Boeing 777 was largely an offshoot of the KC-135 military jet tanker. A giant antenna built at Stanford to study the detection of hostile missiles was eventually used to bounce radar signals off the sun. Space research, under the guidance of NASA, has generated thousands of new inventions and has been a leading factor in the development of microcircuitry. diagnostic equipment, cryogenic surgical innovations, brain and eye surgery, weather forecasting, and eventually, control. Even warfare yields a precious technological fallout, such as a new foam tested in 1967 in the tanks of the HL-3's helicopters and assorted aircraft fighting in Vietnam, which foam, when mixed with fuel in the aircraft's tanks, apparently prevents explosions or fire. No sooner had it been successfully tested than commercial applications for the safety of all aircraft were under study. This transfer process from space and defense innovations to the broad industrial market has already yielded new products, such as pliable films and laminates to be used in a wide range of temperatures and radiation, metal coating with Teflon, electron beam guns for improving vacuums, endless loop tape recorders, electrometer tubes to monitor radiation, a continuous stream of technological breakthroughs in lasers, ion propulsion, superconductivity for electric transmission, silicon solar cells, even in food packaging for space travel, has moved Germany's finance minister Franz Josef Strauss to exclaim that every dollar spent for space research in the United States 10 years ago is worth 4 times as much in economic value today. He should know, since Germany, in spite of its own advanced technology, spends 4 times as much on American patents in chemicals, engineering, and metals as it earns on its sales of technological know-how to the same industries in America. All told, the patent gap costs Europe $500 million a year, and European industries are increasingly functioning under foreign licensing agreements, already halfway to becoming American subsidiaries. Some evidence of the effectiveness of the greater American research and development effort is provided by statistics of patents and payments for technical know-how, licensing fees and so forth. American receipts from Western Europe exceeded payments by a ratio of 5 to 1. The world is now fast moving out of the era of audiovisual communications into a new era dominated by computer communication. The United States' predominance in this field is overwhelming, both in terms of production and utilization. In 1966, for example, out of 36,000 computers in use throughout the world, 30,000 were in the United States, and most of the others abroad were of American manufacture. And here again, the military uses of computers give America not only a precious advantage in terms of defense, but a means of financing research and experimentation which supplements the purely civilian expenditure. The military uses of computers are increasing at a geometrical rate of progression. IBM 7010 and 1460 computers, mounted on railroad cars, control the American Army's supply system in Europe, keeping track of 250,000 stocked items, and handle 10 requisitions a day from 1,500 units scattered throughout the Old World, continuously matching supply and demand in Europe. IBM 1041s are moved right behind combat troops in Vietnam and are linked with a vast computer network extending back through Saigon and Okinawa all the way to Hawaii. Project Mallard is developing an all-embracing tactical communications system which will be common to the field armies of the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, virtually integrating the armed forces of these nations into the United States defense apparatus. At the highest technological level, millions of dollars spent on Mallard R&D are expected to mushroom up eventually to $1 billion expenditure on the system's development. Further research expenditures on computers for a tactical operations system, TOS, tactical fire direction system, TACFire, and a combat service support system, CS3, to be tested by the 7th Army in Europe, will further the growth of the whole computer industry. inducing most of the major American computer manufacturers to compete for government contracts. Save Soviet Russia, no other country in the world has the resources or the will to devote so much time and money to this kind of research, with the result that the United States alone will benefit from its industrial spin-off. The gap between the effort put into research in the United States and that of the rest of the world widens constantly, without any prospect that it can be narrowed in the near future. Not only wealth and size militate in favor of America, psychological attitudes toward the whole problem are radically different on the two sides of the Atlantic. Pure research is still excellent in Europe. All the evidence suggests that the real bottleneck lies between the laboratory and the consumer's market. Timidity, conservatism, lack of entrepreneurial spirit, and lack of risk capital too often paralyze the European. Market research, which is highly developed in the United States, is still in its infancy in Europe. It is the superior management of most American companies that is responsible for this far more efficient and rapid transfer of knowledge from drawing boards and laboratories to consumer shelves. Superior management largely due to the fact that American business leaders are often young, willing to experiment and take risks which the older European managements would not dare to take. Furthermore, American experts and specialists of all kinds move back and forth freely between the universities, government, and business, whereas in caste-conscious Europe, these are closed circles. One of the results is that, while 40% of the United States' large and extremely numerous universities offer graduate courses in business management, European companies and universities refuse to treat business as a legitimate academic science. The situation here is increasingly grave, inasmuch as the time span between technological breakthroughs and their commercial applications narrows constantly. 79 years were required to bring forth the commercial applications of the fluorescent lamp, 33 years for the vacuum tube, 5 years for radar, 3 years for transistors, and 2 years for solar batteries. Very recently, in the case of integrated circuitry, commercial application has taken place almost simultaneously with development. This bottleneck between development and commercial application, which is fast disappearing altogether in America, still looms as large as ever in Europe. Not only are national markets far too small in Europe, nationalism still intrudes into technological research at the highest level, and duplication of efforts is standard in many European research undertakings. The recurrent woes of the European atomic energy community, Euratom, are typical. It has become almost impossible to coordinate multitudes of strictly national projects. Early in 1967, the French and the Germans were working on fast reactor projects along parallel lines, without in the least coordinating their efforts, even though they both belonged to the common market. Worse still, and as if to underscore Europe's overall weakness, they could lease the required plutonium only from the United States, since it is the sole supplier. Lo and behold, Washington decided to change its policy after the Euratom budget had been approved, from leasing to outright sale, putting it beyond Euratom's financial resources. 366. In spite of official denials, the aim was quite clear: to pressure the Euratom countries into agreeing to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, as proposed by the United States at the Disarmament Conference in Geneva. But far from seeing the light and strengthening their common nuclear organism, the Europeans proceeded to weaken it further. In December 1967, the Common Market Council of Ministers, meeting in Brussels, cut down Euratom to a small, marginal research center by giving it a research budget characterized as the minimum of the minimum, and described by another as a plain catastrophe. And why? First of all, because the Italians complained that they had not received a fair return on their contributions to previous budgets. Then the French insisted that future cooperation in long-term research programs should be à la carte, leaving individual countries free to choose the projects in which they were willing to participate, rejecting the rest. As a result, joint research on thermonuclear fusion and nuclear fusion propelled ships had to be abandoned. No work was done on fast breeder reactors, and key installations were condemned either to fall into disuse for lack of funds or to pass under various national controls. Thus, not only was Euratom dependent on American supplied, with Washington's permission, enriched uranium and plutonium, making it in any case a technological protectorate of the United States. But internecine rivalries, snowballing into multitudes of frustrations and resentments, prevented the Europeans from ever agreeing on European research use, leaving the United States, and presumably the Russians, to reap the immense and exclusive benefits of an increasing technological monopoly. Again, duopoly with the Russians. It is obvious that one of the main pillars of R&D in the United States is government expenditures. Figures make it quite clear. And nothing like the immense amounts devoted by the Pentagon and NASA exists in Europe, where the endemic lack of funds and governmental economy drives undermine most European efforts to remain in the technological race with the two superpowers. In such an industry as aerospace, government assistance plays a vital part, and it is easy to understand why the American aerospace industry, with $25 billion worth of annual sales, is flourishing, while its European counterpart, with only $2 billion worth of sales, is weak, especially in Britain. Even more startling is the fact that output per head in the American aerospace industry is 7 times that of its European equivalent. No wonder 85% of the non-communist world's requirements for aerospace equipment and components is supplied either directly by American manufacturers or by foreign companies under United States license. One of the worst blows that struck Europe's aerospace progress was France's cancellation on July 5, 1967, of the Anglo-French VG swing aircraft, Dot 2. This highly sophisticated strike and reconnaissance aircraft, with its variable geometry design, was described in a 1966 Defense White Paper by Britain's Minister of Defense Dennis Healey as both operationally and industrial the core of our long-term aircraft program. But a budgetary squeeze in Paris, caused by the mushrooming of France's expenditures on its miniature nuclear weapons system, prompted it to withdraw from the $2 million VG project, leaving Britain's aircraft industry high and dry to face the loss of its first-rate designers and engineers to American firms, and increasing dependence on America's aerospace production. In another instance, having had the lead in the study and designing of Airbuses, the British, German, and French governments put together an aircraft manufacturing company, but just as fast as they put it together, they began quarreling, slowing down the work to a crawl, while the Americans were drawing up their own plans to catch up and overtake the Europeans. If we now take a step back in time and analyze this complex phenomenon, which is America's growing economic hegemony in the light of history, it is clear that what really widened the technological gap beyond closing between Europe and America was the Second World War, which indirectly sowed the seeds of the United States' remarkable progress. First of all, it really launched the American government into the R&D business. Federal contracts were distributed right and left, leading to an intense cross-fertilization between 3 major partners: government, industry, and the universities, who have been working hand in glove ever since. Furthermore, it revolutionized management techniques to a degree unparalleled anywhere else by developing the joint technological entrepreneur spirit in management, and especially by developing a new managerial technique known as Hoi. Systems. Management. Based on the teamwork of highly different industries and technological disciplines. Aiming. Oh yeah, the Gethsemanes, one boundary, a battle, solution of all complex problems that none of them the could solve all by itself. This interdisciplinary, multi-industry approach yielded rich dividends, the richest being, of course, the harnessing of nuclear power. The technological gap can no longer be closed. In the whole range of the new science-based industries, in aerospace and computers, as well as in the electronic and communications industry, the United States lead can no longer be overcome. To a great extent because the Europeans can never agree among themselves, they have become economic and technological captives of the New World. To make matters worse, a brand new problem arose after the Second World War, the so-called brain drain. As a general rule, the brain drain afflicts the whole world to the extent that most of the talented engineers, scientists, physicians, and teachers abandon poor countries in favor of rich ones. All the trained personnel and intellectual elite, whose skills are desperately required in their homelands, migrate to Western Europe and the United States. Some because they find no ready employment for their talents in their misruled countries. Some because they cannot resist the lure of better salaries, greater research facilities, and a more stimulating life in highly industrialized countries. This movement takes place on two distinct geographical levels. At the lower level, Western Europe pumps its former colonial empires of local talent. A 1966 report of the United Nations Special Fund gives the following typical instances. Togo sends more physicians and professors to France than France sends to Togo. There are more specialists of all kinds from the Commonwealth working in Britain than there are British specialists working in the rest of the Commonwealth. At the highest level, however, the brain drain ultimately operates for the benefit of the United States, which is the end of the migration line. And at that end, only the most talented are to be found, the rest remaining in Western Europe. The same special fund report specifies that 5,000 engineers migrate to the United States every year, and that between 1949 and 1961, for instance, 43,000 scientists and engineers moved permanently to America, and that, for another example, 14,000 highly trained Argentinians came to the United States between 1950 and 1964. In 1966, 143 Indians held faculty positions in American colleges and universities, as against 192 American scholars similarly employed in India. Almost 10% of all Indians holding medical degrees were working in the United States and Britain. In March 1967, for instance, 2,000 Indian doctors took the examination of the Educational Council for Foreign Medical Graduates, which establishes qualifications for work in American hospitals. The trend is still upward, for the simple reason that it is found cheaper to import talent than to develop it at home. A 1967 report to the British National Conference on Social Welfare estimated that the United States had imported a total of 100,000 physicians, engineers, and scientists since 1949, at a total saving of about $4 billion, which is what it would have cost to train them in the United States. The same report added that, in medicine alone, 20% of the annual additions to the American medical profession was made up of foreign doctors. In 1965, for instance, 28% of the internships and 26% of the residencies in American hospitals were filled by foreign graduates. 374. It is not only the medical profession that is drained. In the 1960s, for instance, an average year saw 3% of Western Europe's new graduates in science and 9% in engineering leave for the United States. In 1966, Britain's aerospace industry lost 1,300 top technicians, 520 directly to the United States, and 344 to American firms in Britain. In October 1967, the British government-sponsored Committee on Manpower Resources for Science and Technology reported that Britain loses over 2/5 of its annual output of engineers and technicians, and a quarter of its new science graduates. There are so many instances of this relentless hemorrhage of talent that one is hard put to choose the most striking example. For instance, on November 16, 1967, the New York Times reported the following. The House of Commons broke into an uproar today over government charges that the Westinghouse Electric Corporation had tried to buy secrets of Britain's advanced nuclear technology on the cheap by offering inflated salaries to British scientists. Prime Minister Wilson supported his Minister of Technology, Anthony Wedgwood Benn, to shouts of approval from all sides. Yothers' emphasis. Mr. Wilson added that the Westinghouse policy seemed to be to buy British scientists, whose training had been very expensive and borne by this country, and who would of course carry a great deal of the secrets in which the British publicly owned Atomic Energy Authority were far ahead of some of these American firms. No. The additional fact that, for once, British technology had a definite edge on its American counterpart in the peaceful uses of nuclear energy only made matters worse and the brain drain more damaging. What irritated the British further was that, while American salaries averaged 3 times those of the British, in this particular case, Westinghouse was alleged to have offered 5 times the British rate for scientists experienced in fast breeder reactor systems. Quite obviously, Westinghouse found it more convenient and cheaper to lure the scientists away than buy the licenses on a proper commercial basis, as the British government would have it. Inevitably, the first to be alarmed by this trend and to coin the expression brain drain were the British, who lose a considerable part of their technological lifeblood to the United States, year in and year out. Even the alarm sounded in September 1966 by Kenneth Robinson, Britain's health minister, seems powerless to check it. Britain simply cannot afford to train doctors for the purpose of swelling the membership of the American Medical Association. He pleaded. While 600 local physicians were undergoing testing and examinations for practice in the United States, 1/4 of the new doctors graduating annually from British medical schools emigrate. In turn, they are replaced by Indian and Pakistani doctors, who are already in terribly short supply at home. Occasionally, an outburst of increasingly rare patriotism thwarts this trend, as in the remarkable instance of the frustrated takeover of Edwards High Vacuum International, a British engineering company, by Varian Associates, a California corporation, while the board of directors was strongly tempted to sell out for a price of $14.5 million in 1966. They were warned in the strongest terms that the senior executives and many of the staff might not be willing to work for the company if control passed into American hands, stating that the results of years of research in the specialized field of vacuums and compressors should be kept in Britain and not be transferred abroad. With a sigh of regret, the directors gave up the deal, 3,778. But as a rule, any effort to stanch the drain is doomed to failure, unless it further fastens the American grip on foreign brains. A perfect instance is the suggestion put forth by William A. Douglas, president of the American talent scouting firm of Careers, Incorporated, While engaged, in December 1966, in interviewing 600 British engineers eager to go to the United States for the benefit of 7 American aerospace, computer, and electronic companies, he suggested that British and American companies pool their technical skills in a joint research organization powerful enough to win contracts from the United States. But, as pointed out by Sir Solly Zuckerman, scientific advisor to the British cabinet, this Anglo-American research organization would merely substitute an internal brain drain for an external one, in the sense that talent would be drawn by American scale salaries from British to American projects, and that the fruits of this brain pool would go almost entirely to the United States. A perfect example of internal brain drain was the capture of the Earl of Cromer, prestigious former governor of the Bank of England, by IBM in 1967. The shock experienced and expressed, without the usual British understatement, came not only from the fact that an internationally respected British financier should go to work for an American firm, but that he would lend his prestige and authority to the greatest American manufacturer of computers, just at the time when everything was being done in Britain to build a viable computer industry. IBM having captured only a third of the British market at the time, 379. In April 1967, a 2-year study of the problem was released by Washington's Interagency Council on International Education and Cultural Affairs. This report, prepared for the American government, concluded that the brain drain has been exaggerated by other countries, and that no steps should be taken to curb the migration of scientists and engineers to the United States. Indeed, no. Why should the United States deprive itself voluntarily of the indirect benefits brought on by its higher standard of living and greater research facilities? And, short of government controls and restrictions on the movements of technicians from one country to another, what steps could be taken? This process works through natural osmosis and cannot be reversed in free societies. But the dramatic results are there. The suction effect exercised by the United States on foreign talent amounts to a form of intellectual emasculation of the rest of the world. In effect, to an intellectual imperialism that is far more effective than all the old-fashioned, more conventional forms of imperialism. Not only is America's mental productivity increased, that of its allies and satellites is weakened by the same amount. Thus, as far as the eye can see, Europe is increasingly condemned to be a major exporter of brains and a major importer, under license, of technological progress. This vast expansion of American economic power throughout the world requires plenty of financial fuel, and thanks to the almost unlimited financial market in the United States, where not only the enormous amounts, but also the velocity with which money circulates are far greater than in the more static and far smaller marketplaces of Europe. This financial fuel has always been forthcoming, even when the United States' precarious balance of payments situation compels American corporations, affiliates to seek abroad the capital required for their expansion. They are able to do so with conspicuous success. More than 2 decades after the end of World War II, American subsidiaries in Europe are so well entrenched and so much better managed than European firms that they can better afford the higher interest rates and the risks involved. They no longer require the protective shield of the mother corporation and the inexhaustible capital market in the United States. But in the late 1940s, the situation was quite different. Great as was the national wealth of the United States at the end of World War II, this tremendous extension of American economic power abroad could never have taken place if the dollar had not become the chief reserve currency. With the British pound sterling, in which 40% of the world's trade was still conducted, playing distinctly second fiddle. Since the collapse of the gold standard in the early 1930s, it was a foregone conclusion that some other form of reserve medium for the world's currencies would have to be created, either one or two main reserve currencies, or a new artificial unit. The collapse of the gold standard simultaneously removed the severe, and at times brutal, discipline imposed on the world's commercial transactions, brutal discipline from which no nation, however powerful, could escape. This collapse meant that if and when the United States found itself compelled to play the part of provider to and policeman of all the world, the American government could impose the dollar as the chief reserve currency, with obvious political implications, inasmuch as the United States itself could create at will, within limitations set by domestic inflationary considerations and external balance of payments problem, the currency with which to pay for its vast acquisitions. 381. The Bretton Woods Agreement had specified that international debit balances should ultimately be settled by transfers of gold. It also added that although gold remained the ultimate kingpin of the system, the use of automatic credits to the exclusion of all political privileges was necessary. However, a spontaneous development, strongly assisted by the active policy of the United States and the existence of a dangerous shortage of dollars abroad, relegated gold to a subordinate position and set up the dollar as the main component of international reserve. The main reason for this, of course, was that Washington adamantly refused to revalue the price of gold. Alone of all the world commodities, gold has been maintained artificially at the price fixed in the early 1930s. Thus relegated to a subordinate position, it became increasingly inadequate to finance an enormously expanding international trade. Hence, the crucial role of reserve currencies, and, in turn, the crucial importance of the United States' power to control and regulate world trade through its control of the main reserve currency. Had the price of gold been adequately raised, the importance of reserve currencies would have been far less, and the control of the United States over the world's monetary flow would have been considerably weaker. In the long run, it always boils down to a matter of control. That is of sheer, unadorned power, quite justified nowadays on strictly technical grounds, since it is evident that gold does not provide the flexibility required by modern economic structures. In the early post-war years, the main incentive for preferring dollars to gold was that dollar claims are interest-bearing, whereas gold is sterile. Then, as the dollar shortage disappeared with the economic resurgence of Europe in the 1950s, the full political power of the United States began to put pressure on all non-communist states to keep their reserve dollars and refrain from converting them into gold, with remarkable success. Furthermore, while the International Monetary Fund had been set up at Bretton Woods for the specific purpose of stabilizing international monetary exchange rates and financing current deficits of member states, it soon became a choice instrument of American policy for the specific purpose of protecting the dollar's increasingly vulnerable position in the 1960s. While all IMF loans extended throughout the world were made conditional on IMF approval of the internal economic and financial policies of the recipient countries, thus effectively limiting the extent of their national sovereignty. No such condition was imposed on the United States, nor on Great Britain. In 1965, for instance, both English-speaking nations had jointly appropriated half of the IMF's resources for their own use. This implied that the IMF was, in effect, financing the export of American capital and additionally bolstering Britain's weak pound sterling. It also implied a serious distortion of the original purpose of the IMF, but inevitable distortion in view of the plain fact that the United States' economic power is immense, 10 times that of the IMF's second most powerful member country, and that the soundness of its economic health is vital to all other non-communist nations. Lacking the severe disciplinary effect of the former gold standard, the present gold exchange standard has enabled the United States to create for itself the large funds that have been flooding the world and given them virtual control of important segments of the world's industry. The simple fact that most foreign countries were compelled by Washington's political leverage to keep a substantial part of their credit balances in dollars enabled the United States to finance its vast economic expansion with the savings of their creditors rather than with their own. And so, while Europe's central banks accumulated the dollars that poured in and earned a modest return on the money, American subsidiaries earned a 10% return on their investments in Europe. The additional fact that it enabled American banks to create dollars in foreign countries not only allowed American corporations to buy up huge slices of these own countries' industries, but also compelled their governments to fight the inflationary pressures that flowed inevitably from this additional creation of unwanted dollars. But one of the products of this state of affairs is that America is becoming banker to the world, slowly but inexorably displacing Britain, whose remarkable mismanagement of its impoverished estate is gradually destroying sterling's role as reserve currency and chief medium of world trade. The staggering expansion of American banks in Europe in the 1960s illustrates this change, partly as a result of the equally staggering expansion of American business concerns in the Old World. And not only did the interest equalization tax imposed by the Kennedy administration effectively prevent foreign institutions from raising money in the United States, it also induced many American banks to go international, buy into European banks, or set up their own branches in Europe and exploit the enormous eurodollar market, prelude to their eventual financial hegemony in Europe. No wonder that, even if most of their assets are still in London, the Chase Manhattan, for instance, is already the second largest commercial bank in France, having become banker to the world. In addition to being its policeman, the United States has been able, until now, to use the position of the dollar as a reserve currency to throw a truly imperial mantle over the non-communist world's industrial and economic resources, with far-reaching political consequences toward the end of the 1960s. However, ominous signs appeared, indicating that this expansionary mechanism was beginning to run down. Mounting dollar claims abroad, torrents of gold flowing out of Fort Knox, a slight but alarming contraction in the world's total gold reserves in 1966 and 1967. Everything indicated that it was time to shift gears. After 4 years of discussion, the 10 leading nations in the International Monetary Fund agreed, in 1967, on a far-reaching reform of the international monetary mechanism, the most ambitious and significant effort since the 1944 Bretton Woods Conference. In the words of Henry Fowler, United States Secretary of the Treasury, this reform amounts to the creation of a new reserve medium to supplement gold, dollars, and pounds. Special drawing right is tier, of which 70% represents a permanent new currency with which to lubricate the world's increasingly rusty mechanism. Although, in a sense, an American victory, and for some time to come a purely nominal gesture, it had to be paid for by the granting of a veto power to the common market countries, who have 17% of the vote, thus theoretically ending the absolute domination of the English-speaking countries. but it remains to be seen whether, in case of disagreement, some clever maneuvering on the part of the United States cannot split the common market's voting bloc to its own advantage. If the common market itself survives Charles de Gaulle's reckless policies, at every turn, in the late 1960s, the irresistible force, which is American worldwide expansion, encounters the same immovable obstacle, which is de Gaulle. Here again, it is in order to destroy America's ultimate control of the world's international monetary machinery that France set out on its gold accumulating course. Gold being a completely neutral, non-political entity to which even the most powerful country in the world has to bow, unless it can destroy its role as the ultimate reserve unit. It is on political grounds alone that France decided to challenge America's economic and financial hegemony by striking at its Achilles heel, the half-empty Fort Knox. This challenge, flung at Washington, entails great risks of dismantling the world's international monetary system before the SDR has had time to begin functioning, triggering the first worldwide depression since World War II. It also entails the risk of American retaliation against France's own economy. At any rate, in the name of the preservation of the outdated sovereignty of the nation state, it represents a last retrograde effort to dismantle America's economic imperium, just as it is about to shift its monetary basis from dollar reserve to Stuckter reserve. Stuckter he. Reserve being just as much under Washington's overall control, through its overwhelming power in the IMF, as was the outright dollar reserve. Ultimately, there can be no question that the SDR, or a similar type of credit-creating mechanism, will become the main component of the world's monetary reserves, and is eventually destined to dethrone gold. But, in the meantime, the struggle is on between the forthcoming SDR and a revaluation of the price of gold. While America's economic hegemony is worldwide, to the exclusion of communist countries, its impact on European developments is particularly significant, and its political implications far-reaching. In effect, the increasing meshing of the economic structures of the two continents bordering the Atlantic can only lead to a profound, if gradual, change in their political relationship, unifying Western Europe under its economic imperium because, to a large extent, only American businessmen seem to have the ability to think European. The United States is going to be compelled to interfere increasingly in the internal political affairs of Europe, as it already is in Canada, in order to protect its vast investments in the Old World. American firms in Europe stand in little danger of nationalization, for the simple reason that, as the example of Roots' takeover by Chrysler demonstrates eloquently, no nation, state can nationalize foreign brains, technology, marketing ability, or managerial know-how. But nation, states may take some steps damaging to American interests, even though they be self-defeating in the end, and it is not likely that the United States would refrain from forcible, even if underhand, interference in the internal affairs of these nations. States if some of its vast interests were threatened by local political action. As has already been pointed out, old-fashioned nation-states are, ultimately, on the way out. Their sovereignty increasingly jeopardized, not only on political, but on economic and technological ground. Looking to the future, some American businessmen have put forth some bold proposals that would further undermine what is left of their sovereignty. Rudolph A.R. Peterson, President of the Bank of America, in a 1967 speech in London, stated that the economic cohesion of the Atlantic community was vital to world prosperity, and he advocated the proliferation of multinational corporations established on both sides of the ocean, since it seemed that business was perhaps better equipped to handle international relations than governments. Going one step further, former Undersecretary of State, George W. Ball, put forth the more audacious suggestion that multinational companies be withdrawn from the jurisdiction of individual nation states through international treaties providing for the creation of international company laws, thus avoiding the stifling restrictions imposed on commerce by the archaic limits of nation states. In this perfectly honest and forthright suggestion, one can nevertheless perceive the ghostly contours of a more comprehensive economic hegemony, exercised extraterritorially by American business interests in Europe, depriving the nation states of their last possible defense against wholesale takeovers, their territorial sovereignty. If and when this comes to pass, European nation-states will have ceased to exist in all but name. This perfectly logical development would, in effect, create de facto an economico-technological Atlantic community, whose next logical step would be a political institutionalization of this community, politics being usually the camp followers of economics and technology, rather than the other way around. But, quite obviously, if George Ball's additional suggestions, multinational investment guarantees, merging national patent systems, common approach to anti-trust problems, free flow of technology, were adopted with the addition of tariff barriers, America's economic takeover of Europe would become complete and irrevocable. The only hope then for the European business managers would be to work their way up within the multinational structures of the American-dominated corporations as individuals. Only a completely united Europe could prevent this takeover. And, as we have already seen in many instances, there is not a shred of evidence that Europe can ever unite politically of its own free will. In fact, all the evidence points to the fact that most of the individual molecules that make up Europe's disjointed economic body would much prefer, consciously or unconsciously, to become an organic part of America's economic power structure, rather than come to terms with one another in order to make Europe a living organism. It is the gradual, irresistible intermingling of their complementary molecular structures that is slowly giving birth to a de facto Atlantic community under America's economic hegemony, merging in one super-organic entity the United States, Canada, and Western Europe. From all the evidence, one can only conclude that European unification as such will probably remain a figment of some imaginations and a typical instance of wishful thinking, and that the only possibility that has any chance of becoming a reality, because already based on another underlying reality, is the unification of the entire North Atlantic world, of which an eventually united Western Europe would be only one of the components. And just as the world of classical Greece could only find its eventual unity within the confines of the much vaster Roman Empire, contemporary Europe, Western Europe, that is, since the eastern part of the continent will remain in the orbit of Soviet Russia for the foreseeable future, will find its true, and only, unity in the much larger framework of an institutionalized Atlantic community. 14th. Though the Great Condominium, Charles de Gaulle has one nightmare, an understanding amounting to a tacit alliance between the United States and Soviet Russia. At one of his press conferences, in the fall of 1966, he expressed himself quite forcefully on the subject, insisting that the world cannot be allowed to fall under the spell of superpowers, who alone have the weapons to destroy every other country. Now, but he acknowledged the pen shadowy existence of this double hegemony by adding that this spell had he to be broken. Can it shimmer be? We have broken it. We are breaking it, as far as we are concerned, with the only means at our disposal. By mixing his tenses in one single paragraph, de Gaulle shows that he is not sure whether this understanding between the superpowers belongs to the past, the present, or the future. It is, in fact, a nebulous, imprecise convergence of worldwide interests in an increasingly chaotic world, made more chaotic still by the rivalry between the superpowers themselves. But many straws in the wind appear to indicate the inevitability of this coming together and the steady approach of the Russo-American condominium, the concrete, inescapable manifestation of de Gaulle's nightmare, labeled by President Lyndon Johnson, peaceful engagement. This trend, temporarily overshadowed by the long-drawn-out war in Vietnam, appears irresistible. One of the most significant straws in the wind blowing through the 1960s was the Consular Treaty, signed in June 1964 and ratified by the United States Senate in March 1967 by a resounding vote of 66 to 28. There had already been some limited agreements in the past, but all of them, dealing mostly with cultural exchanges and aviation matters, had been governmental decisions rather than formal treaties. The Consular Treaty, on the other hand, became the first bilateral treaty concluded between the two superpowers since the distant days of the Tsars. The more important cluster of outer space and nuclear test ban treaties are multinational, involving many other nations. This one is not only bilateral, but includes features such as the granting of diplomatic immunity from criminal charges to their respective consular officials, which exist in no consular agreements signed by the United States with other nations. Although of scant practical significance, it has considerable symbolic meaning. Symbolism highlighted by the fact that the United States Senate ratified it by a large majority. Time saw when fighting in Vietnam was extremely bitter, and now when emotionalism over it was such that American public opinion was largely unfavorable to its ratification. Other signs of a gradual thawing have appeared in this decade. Cultural exchanges between the superpowers have proliferated in the 1960s, although slowed down by the Vietnam War. Exchanges of scientists and scientific equipment, joint space studies, and countless other forms of technological collaboration in such wide-ranging fields as the preservation of endangered animal species or scientific studies of American geologists in Russia, or again, swapping American computer equipment against the right of American scientists to work with the most recent Soviet particle accelerators, most of which are merely projects on which technicians from both countries would like to get started. Nor should it be imagined that such exchanges are one-sided. By devoting an enormous proportion of their resources to such undertakings, the Russians are technologically ahead of the Americans in some fields. In the late 1960s, for instance, on planetary exploration, on which the Russians probably spent 10 times as much as the Americans, these straws in the wind came to join other such straws, such as the Soviet United States draft treaty to stop the spread of nuclear weapons. During the Geneva talks, the world saw the astonishing spectacle of the two superpowers aligned against the overwhelming majority of the world's nations in defense of their joint predominance. They were both jointly pelted with objections and blamed for wanting to deprive other nations of nuclear weaponry while preserving their freedom to keep and add to their own stockpiles, for refusing to offer non-nuclear states joint guarantees of protection against nuclear aggression or even blackmail, and for denying non-nuclear countries the right to develop nuclear devices for such peaceful uses as mining and engineering work 387, such as was undertaken by the Americans on December 10, 1967, in New Mexico when a thermonuclear device, equivalent to 26,000 tons of TNT, was detonated deep under the surface of Carson National Forest in order to free natural gas trapped in the rock formations. This first test of a new technology was the fruit of a joint effort of private industry and the American government, giving the United States, and presumably Soviet Russia, an inestimable advantage over all other nations that would subscribe to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The substance of the reproaches flung at the superpowers is of merely technical interest. What is of great import, however, is the fact that, in spite of their disagreement over details, the United States and Soviet Russia stood shoulder to shoulder in defense of their joint nuclear predominance. When the United States and Soviet Russia submitted identical drafts of a nuclear non-proliferation treaty to the Geneva Disarmament Conference on August 24, 1967, the whole world was put on notice that, in a limited way and at the highest technological level, and in spite of sulking on the part of the French and the Chinese, the world as a whole was slowly but irresistibly sliding under the overall protectorate of the Great Condominium. How has it come about that the two rivals, seemingly situated at the opposite poles of political persuasion, one the arch apostle of free enterprise and democracy, and the other the holy land of Marxism, Leninism, have gradually and in spite of countless fire wars all over the globe, begun to join hands in a common effort to establish some law and order in the world's political jungle. This wide convergence has been denied long in the Yangtze Pinabori making, and its origins can be traced to the beginning of the Kennedy administration and its dull repudiation of the simplistic, dulles policy of massive retaliation. Nay, even before the fateful nuclear confrontation over Cuba in the fall of 1962, far-sighted Germans had become alarmed at the signs of Russo-American rapprochement, possibly at German expense. But repeated crises interrupted, and still interrupt, the budding honeymoon. The assassination of President Kennedy, the downfall of Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev, the intensification of the war in Vietnam, and the Middle East crisis in 1967. Nevertheless, the slender thread between them never snapped completely. Both had their difficulties with their allies and satellites. Soviet Russia with Yugoslavia and Romania's virtual exit from its bloc. The United States with Charles de Gaulle's envious hostility. Both were becoming concerned with Red China's fast-developing nuclear potential and Peking's arrogant xenophobia. More than anything else, both were deeply worried by the danger of miscalculation arising out of a small local conflict, developing into an all-annihilating mushroom cloud and the extinction of life on this planet. But it would be a grave historical error to view this rapprochement as being the work of one or several specific American administrations, temporary leaderships in Moscow, or chance events in the political evolution of the world. The Russo-American condominium of the future has its roots even deeper in the remote past. And in order to gauge its inevitability, we must look back at the historical record and let it speak for itself. In spite of the fact that Tsarist Russia, throughout the 19th century, looked upon the young and revolutionary United States with suspicion, their interests coincided more often than they diverged. Both opposed Napoleon, and when the United States went to war against Britain in 1812, the worried Tsar offered himself as mediator. Again, the Crimean War of 1856 saw American public opinion swing toward the Russians. In return, the Russians stood firmly by the side of the Union during the Civil War and turned down British suggestions to grant diplomatic recognition to the Confederacy. Fundamentally, Russian policy throughout the century was to prevent any tight alliance between the two English-speaking powers, fearing a domination of the world by the ambitious projects and political egotism of the Anglo-Saxon race, explained the Russian envoy to Washington during the Civil War. And basically, the Americans saw in Russia a new nation like their own. Standing apart from the decrepit Europeans, Alexander VI's emancipation of the Russian serfs in 1861 generated a wave of enthusiasm in the United States. And Harper's Weekly went so far as to advocate a Russo-American alliance against France and Britain, concluding that Russia, like the United States, is a nation of the future. But both were taking a collision course in their respective westward and eastward expansions, the United States across the Pacific and Russia across Siberia into Manchuria. Direct collision was avoided because Japan, playing our game, as President Theodore Roosevelt stated it, 391 chose to take it upon itself to throw the Russians back into Siberia. But from then on, without ever getting very emotional about it, the Americans took a more jaundiced view of Russia. Their unfavorable view was not improved by the pogroms which prompted millions of Russian Jews to emigrate to the United States. Nor was it improved either when the October Revolution and its frightful carnage transferred Russia, almost overnight, from the far right to the far left of the political spectrum. It was only after the conclusion of World War II that tension, for the first time, rose to a high pitch between the two nations, now promoted to the exclusive rank of superpowers. In that new position, the United States was merely inheriting Britain's traditional geopolitical role, temporarily forsaken during the two world wars because of the more deadly German challenge. The old British-Russian rivalry was metamorphosed into an American-Soviet struggle, considerably enlarged to include the entire world and the whole gamut of ideological conflicts. Almost a century and a half ago, Alexis de Tocqueville wrote, "There are at present two great nations in the world, which started from different points but seem to tend towards the same end. I allude to the Russians and the Americans. Their starting point is different and their courses are not the same. Yet each of them seems marked out by the will of heaven to sway the destinies of half the globe. Since the distant days when this prophecy was uttered, many events have taken place in the world. Many empires have come and gone. Russia underwent the ordeal of wars, invasions, and revolution. The United States was almost torn apart by the Civil War, went into isolationism, and suffered a catastrophic economic collapse in the 1930s. Yet this prophecy rings truer today than ever. Only one thing was missing in this oracular pronouncement. They can indeed each sway the destinies of half the globe, but in this nuclear age they can only do so jointly, or rather in full agreement with one another, not against one another. In order to do so jointly, they have a ready-made tool at hand, a tool that has never really been tried yet, because it can only function as an organ of the forthcoming condominium, the United Nations. Only once did the United Nations function as the exclusive tool of the United States. During the Korean War, when the Russians were careless enough to vacate their seat on the Security Council. Determined never to let that kind of mistake be repeated, the Russians from then on were always on hand to interpose their veto and paralyze the functioning of the United Nations whenever it suited. But if, for other reasons, the United States and the Soviet Union happened to agree on a common course of action, such as the 1956 condemnation of the French, British, and Israelis during the Suez Crisis, the United Nations becomes a truly effective organization, all at once the moral tribunal of the world and a forceful peacemaking agency, whenever backed jointly by the two superpowers. Many elements are going into the making of this approaching condominium, most of which spring from Soviet weakness rather than strength. Basically, the weakness of a relatively young country, ruled within the framework of a rigid ideology and ossified political system. Historical youthfulness in the barbarian rather than decadent sense of being ill-adapted to the times is a temporary weakness, not a strength. Lenin himself was conscious of it when he wrote, in 1923, Russia stands on the border line of civilized countries. Simultaneously, from both the Russian and the American viewpoint, there has been for over 100 years a certain aura of decadence about Europe. From the start, the Soviet leaders looked not to Europe, but to the United States as a model of economic development and efficiency, to be imitated and then surpassed. This competitive spirit, in spite of being bolstered by a deep faith in the virtues of the Marxist-Leninist ideology, was also imbued with admiration for the economically advanced land in the Western Hemisphere. Reporting from Soviet Russia in 1929, Dorothy Thompson was struck by the fact that Russia has respect for only one other country and believes she can learn from only one other nation, the United States. For Europe, Russia has only contempt. Europe she regards as a continent in decadence, which must in the course of time fall completely under the domination of the United States, if the European proletariat does not seize power, and so come under the influence of Russia. Europe she regards as already beaten in the struggle for world power. When they look ahead to the ultimate Armageddon, and Russian communists are accustomed to looking ahead many decades, being, in this respect, superior to the leaders of most countries. They foresee that the final struggle is to be not between England and Russia, but between the United States and Russia. No. Written already far back in the past, these words reflected a prophetic insight. In the meantime, Hitler's Third Reich came and went, bringing Soviet Russia closer to collapse and total ruin than ever before or since. Russian sentiments toward the United States are still very much as Dorothy Thompson described them in the late 1920s. There are many ways in which the Soviet civilization copies America and rejects Europe. The new Russian civilization has, as a result, many aims in common with the American. And many a time, she heard the boast of some simple Russian, someday, soon it will be like America here in Russia. This general attitude was confirmed by no less an authority than Joseph Stalin himself. In his work, Leninism, Stalin exemplified both this admiration and, simultaneously, his abiding faith in the superiority of his ideology. American efficiency is that indomitable force which neither knows nor recognizes obstacles, which, with its businesslike perseverance, brushes aside all obstacles, which continues at a task once started until it is finished, even if it is a minor task, and without which serious constructive work is inconceivable. However, he then added, But American efficiency has every chance of degenerating into narrow and unprincipled commercialism if it is not combined with the Russian revolutionary sweep. Stalin, who swept millions of Russians out of their lives, never understood that commercialism is one of the keystones of civilized life. To these encomiums mixed with Marxist reservations written over a generation ago, one could add the same blend which is to be found in the work Business Like America, published in 1967 and written by Nikolai Smelyakhov, a deputy minister of foreign trade and formerly the head of Amtorg, the Soviet trade agency headquartered in New York. While condemning capitalism as such, he praises just about every feature of the United States business organization, with the obvious implication that his fellow Soviet citizens would do well to adopt many elements of this remarkable structure. Coming at a time when the Soviet press was filled with denunciations of American racism and imperialism, this was high praise indeed. Praise which was not intended to flatter American ears, but to prod his own countrymen into greater efficiency and productivity. Many foreigners have been struck by this Russo-American convergence, by the profound desire of the Russians to become the Americans of the 21st century. For instance, Cubans in the 1960s, describing the Russian advisors who were pouring into their home island, were reminded of Americans of earlier times, a little coarse, clods of earth, and they were struck by the fact that they're desperate to catch up with the United States and become the Americans of the future. They admire Hemingway more than they admire Fidel. The weaknesses of the world's second superpower spring from both its internal and its external circumstances. Both of them are equally instrumental in influencing Moscow to seek a rapprochement with Washington. On the home front, it is clear that the Soviet leaders had not waited for the latest economic appraisals of America's economic superiority to begin overhauling their own creaky system. Reconstruction of wartime devastation and the maintenance of a huge defense apparatus had compelled the Russian authorities to starve the consumer into drab austerity all through the 1950s. Nevertheless, this wholly socialized economy grew by leaps and bounds, but as it grew, so did the inefficient bureaucratic controls, slowly paralyzing economic progress in the late 1950s and early 1960s. The annual rate of increase in investments dropped 50% from 1959 to 1964, while the economic rate of growth dwindled from 6% in the 1950s to 2% in 1962 and 1963. Alarmed, the Soviet leaders promptly decided to scrap many of the controls, decentralize their industrial operations, and restore the profit motive at the center of every industrial and agricultural undertaking. Profit rather than total output would become the new yardstick of Soviet economic success. It was in 1965 that the new system was launched under the inspiration of Yevgeny Liberman, professor of economics at Kharkov University. It was suddenly rediscovered that the idea of profitable undertakings, incentives for workers, and relative independence for enterprises had been Lenin's all along, or so Pravda would have us believe, defending the Soviet system's profound reforms against accusations that it was indirectly returning to capitalism. Regardless of doctrinaire interpretations, the fact is that up to 1968, the new planning methods had been extended to over 6,000 enterprises, mostly large industrial plants, accounting for 40% of the Soviet Union's total industrial output, following the principles of Lenin. Each reformed factory is now presumed to work profitably, fully paying for all its expenditures and showing a profit, most of which can be plowed back into the enterprise itself, rather than providing for an enormous centralizing bureaucracy in Moscow. Most of the bottlenecks of the Khrushchev era disappeared, along with the unrealistically high quotas set in Moscow. Profits in the reformed industrial plants rose 24% in 1966, as against only 8% for the entire Soviet industry. In 1967, total industrial output was up 10%, as against a planned increase of hardly more than 7%. Labor productivity went up as production costs went down. The same profit-making incentive was introduced in agriculture, and 1,000 state farms were switched over to the new system in 1967. Instead of relying on the state for capital investments, state farms would retain part of their profit for their own use, including wage bonuses for their workers, and each state farm would succeed or fail according to its own efficiency. 403. The result of this transformation and depth of the Soviet economy is a remarkable growth, in spite of the fact that 20% of its gross output goes into defense spending as against less than 10% in the United States. Another result is awakened consumer appetite. Consumers are getting more demanding, just as production under the new system is made more responsive to demand. But the fundamental result of this drift away from orthodox Marxism is that Soviet society, becoming more and more consumer-minded, is also drifting away from its revolutionary past, which, in the form of austerity and drabness, had stayed with it until the early 1960s. Soviet society is gradually becoming conservative, because it is beginning to have something to conserve. The impact of these structural changes on the Soviet political system is also far-reaching. Gone are the days when the Kremlin was an awesome blend of a Mongol horde holding the entire Soviet people in bondage, and a Byzantine court catering to the whims of Stalin, the Oriental despot. The abolition of terror, which had prevented any kind of social crystallization and stratification from taking place, was bound to be followed by this typically post-revolutionary crystallization and stratification. The result is that power is no longer concentrated at the top, but emerges more or less anonymously as the result of the interaction of powerful and semi-autonomous pressure groups, institutions, and vested interests. The armed forces, the scientists, the literary intelligentsia, the technocrats and industrial managers, the security and intelligence agencies. The whole atmosphere has changed, the psychological temper altered. To a degree, there is now the rudimentary rule of abstract, impersonal law. The power apparatus is becoming slowly institutionalized. All this can be seen in countless forms. The growing indifference toward ideology as such, especially among the Soviet students, the silent generation, whose focus is almost exclusively on their personal affairs, and who are profoundly bored by communist ideology. In spite of all the efforts of the Central Committee's propaganda apparatus. 404. The growing strength of Russian nationalism per se, and the resolution of its identity crisis by increasing references to the Tsarist past, now seen in a more favorable light when compared with the gory aftermath of the October Revolution. The emotional attitude of even confirmed atheists toward their own Orthodox Church. Western observers have been struck by the enthusiasm with which more than 1 million Russians have become members of the new All-Russian Society for the Preservation of Memorials of History and Culture. There is no desire to return to pre-revolutionary conditions, but there is a strong sentimental feeling for Russia's past history. More than anything, the extraordinary rebirth of Russian poetry in the 1960s can be seen as a religious awakening in literary form. And it is no accident that Russian poets are in the vanguard of the increasing demands for spiritual and intellectual freedom, and land in jail for their pains. Typical is the poetic vision of Andrei Sinyavsky, Abram Terz, which gives us, in capsule form, the contemporary Russian's understanding of his country's revolutionary experience. We did not want salvation for ourselves, but for all of humanity. We set about to correct the universe according to the best of all models, the shining model of the purpose which we approached ever more closely. So that prisons should vanish forever, we built new prisons. So that all frontiers should fall, we surrounded ourselves with a Chinese wall. So that work should become a rest and a pleasure, we introduced forced labor. So that not one drop of blood be shed any more, we killed and killed and killed. Why you want so? Gasha. O Lord, pardon us our sins. 406. As time goes on, and as the Russians are coming out of their generation, long nightmare, as Stalinism recedes into an increasingly distant past, they will revert to their traditional Weltanschauung, but refreshed and made new by the ordeal through which they went. Their nominal, and in many ways sincere, attachment to Marxism-Leninism will not necessarily waver. The internationalist outlook will remain intact, and they will still want salvation. Why? For all of humanity. But what the Soviet intelligentsia want now, and will want increasingly vociferously, is freedom of thought and expression at the highest literary level. They reject the demands made by the Communist Party on their thoughts and emotions. When Alexander Solzhenitsyn blasts censorship, when Andrei Voznesensky strips away the mask of hypocrisy worn by Moscow's rulership, they are actually burying the revolutionary past and overthrowing the deadly conformity imposed on the Russian people in the name of Leninist orthodoxy. Andrei Voznesensky, greatest among the new poets of the younger generation, stated in 1967, "Before, with us, art looked outward, at things, the economy, and so forth. Now it looks inward." What has taken place in Russia in recent years is an upsurge of popular, to a foreigner it might even seem religious, interest in poetry. People are unbuttoning themselves. There is a kind of spiritual communion. Clearly, Russians are rediscovering their Russianness, their Slavic soul. In the process, they are becoming conscious of their inheritance, that of the Tsars. Since World War II, communism has spread far and wide throughout the world, both as ideology and as power structure. And as it spread, it assumed many strange shapes and colors. It soon began to emancipate itself from Russian tutelage, digested anew by the non-Russian people who absorbed it, and made into new ideologies such as Titoism, Maoism, and Castroism, with probably more to come. Eventually, it even turned viciously against its Russian control. Religionists. It is probable that nothing helped more to force the Russians to become conscious that they were one with their Tsarist past than the virulence with which Red China attacked them. And attacked them not only on revisionist grounds, but on national grounds as well. And here, we have our finger on Soviet Russia's second group of weaknesses, those depending on external circumstances. In the late 1960s, the unity of the international communist movement lies in ruins, shattered by its own success and its enormous power of expansion. True enough, Marshal Tito's breakaway in the late 1940s was a nasty blow, but it remained isolated without imitators elsewhere. The triumph of Mao Zedong's Red Army in China was ample compensation in the eyes of true communist believers in Moscow. But there followed a steady deterioration of relations through the 1950s, which led to a parting of the ways in the 1960s, to the point where Peking decided to set itself up as a rival communist mecca to Moscow's. Here again, before the official break between Russians and Chinese, a new revolutionary explosion in Cuba gave the Kremlin some gratification as Fidel Castro appeared to move gradually into the Soviet orbit. But then a new parting of the ways took place after the fateful nuclear confrontation of October 1962. Not so violent and dangerous as the Chinese one, since then, at the yearly cost of $500 million in aid, the Russians can still claim an ostensible alliance with Cuba. But Cuba no longer follows Moscow's advice. and calmly proceeds either to capture the leadership of Latin America's communist parties, or to ignore them if they refuse to follow its revolutionary path of guerrilla warfare. In the meantime, Moscow's grip on its East European satellites weakened perceptibly. In spite of the ruthless crushing of the Hungarian rebellion in 1956, the process of emancipation behind the Iron Curtain proceeded steadily in the 1960s. Some satellites, such as Romania, went all the way to open defiance, and Albania had long ago switched over to the Red Chinese side. Others, for strictly geopolitical reasons, remain loyal, regardless of their population's feelings of distaste for both communism and Russian imperialism. Such is the case with Poland and to a lesser extent, Czechoslovakia, and again, others, such as East Germany, are outright satellites whose very existence depends on Soviet military presence. The vociferous tendencies within the communist world are not confined to those countries where Marxist-Leninists are in power. They extend to all the communist parties strewn across the non-communist world, where they freely criticize Moscow, or Peking, or Havana, or each other, and where they occasionally split along factional lines, as in India, between pro-Russian and pro-Chinese. The 1967 spring meeting of European Communist parties at Karlovy Vary, in Czechoslovakia, was symbolic of this growing confusion, called for the purpose of displaying communist unity to the outside world, scheduled to discuss only innocuous topics on which all good communists should agree: condemnation of NATO, of German revanchism and American aggression in Vietnam. It turned out to be a startling display of disunity. 1/4 of Europe's 31 communist parties made it clear that they refused to follow the Soviet line, even on topics of relatively minor importance. 6 parties, Albania, Yugoslavia, Romania, Holland, Norway, and Iceland, flatly refused to attend the meeting. Sweden sent only an observer, who refused to sign the final declaration. Even some of those who attended the meeting, such as the British, published violent denunciations of some aspect or other of Soviet policy. The next gathering of World Communist Party leaders in Budapest, February-March 1968, produced a similar display of disunity, with no representation from China, Albania, Yugoslavia, Cuba, North Korea, or North Vietnam, with a spectacular withdrawal of the Romanians, the absence of the Japanese, and representatives of only half of the Indian Communist Party, and without the show anger of the Italians, Moscow's persecution of its oneself unorthodox intellectuals, and the Hungarians grumbling Soviet Russia's support of Middle Eastern and other regimes throughout the developing world that clamp down on renting their role. Domestic communist parties, the Russians, at all such meetings, usually get blamed for concentrating on daily tactics rather than long-term strategy and ideology, as if to point out the obvious fact that the Russians are now more interested in the political leverage they can extract from the worldwide communist movement, of which they are the nominal leaders, than in the welfare and progress of the movement itself. 408. For true Russian believers in Marxism, Leninism, the shattering of communism's international unity in the 1960s is a dismal tale which destroys all the ecumenical pretensions of their faith and cannot help but throw them back upon themselves, thus reinforcing their own Russianness at the expense of their internationalist outlook. True enough, they have no intention of throwing away the important leverage given them by their belonging to, and fitfully leading, a powerful worldwide movement. First of all, Marxism-Leninism still remains, up to a point, the only mental framework they know and understand. They are not about to discard it in favor of what we call freedom of thought, which to them is merely a frightening mental chaos. But also, and except for immense China, where geopolitical considerations alone would make for a revival of hostility regardless of the regime in Peking, worldwide communism still retains a certain awe of Moscow. This immense fund of goodwill and respect is not about to be sacrificed by a narrow-minded interpretation of Russia's national interests. However, it is also clear that these Russian national interests predominate to an increasing degree, nor have they ever been entirely forgotten, especially at the height of Stalinism. After all, the erection of Stalinism as the official doctrine, in opposition to Trotsky's internationalism, was the first indication of an obscure revival of the specifically Russian consciousness. The Second World War was not won by communist ideology, but by Russian patriotism. The extension of communism to Eastern Europe was a by-product of Russia's military victories, not a voluntary acceptance of this new ideology by East Europeans. Its extension beyond the borders of Soviet military power was largely a result of Western blunders during the war. Since, from Yugoslavia and Greece to Malaya and Vietnam, its devotees were the beneficiaries of ample Anglo-American supplies and support. But also, it was a result produced by genuine, home-grown communists who adapted Marxism to their own atavism, without any regard for specifically Russian interpretations. In this case, most notably in China, it lost no time in turning against its Russian mentor and setting itself up as a rival. In fact, it is beginning to dawn on the Soviet leadership that, far from putting an end to capitalist or bourgeois contradictions, to religious inspirations and national aspirations, the extension of communism merely revives them in a new guise and presents them in a new dress. The articulations of the profound splits within the communist world, as distinct from superficial and temporary ones, follow very precisely the geopolitical lines of cleavage separating the world's great cultures from one another. Doctrinal quarrels are merely intellectual rationalizations of profound impulses. So it was when both Christianity and Islam started breaking up into their different components on geographical, linguistic, ethnic, cultural, and economic grounds, masquerading as theological differences. This being the case, it is obvious that Soviet Russia's communist proselytism has suffered an irreparable blow. Only too often, the extension of the communist power structure to new areas has only resulted in creating more efficient and fanatical enemies for the Russian people, in creating dangerous rivals for the allegiance of other communists throughout the world, and in creating a dangerous group of doctrinal critics who tear apart, verbally, the deviations of the Russian leadership from within the communist movement itself. Is there Russian today who does not long for the good old days when China was a power vacuum, mute, in chaos, in the hands of inefficient, conflicting warlords? The result, throughout the past 2 decades, has been in the midst of an extraordinarily successful expansion of communism throughout the world, a succession of disastrous defeats for Soviet foreign policy, only partly compensated for by the defeats suffered by the West itself, the loss of China, European decolonization, revolution in Cuba, chaos in the Congo and in Vietnam, the Six-Day Arab-Israeli War in June 1967, brought to a temporary climax this long string of Soviet defeats. It is not only that $2 billion worth of Soviet military equipment was lost by the Arabs in a single week, at no expense to the United States, whose position in the Middle East was considerably strengthened by Israel's own strength. It is also that its efforts to prop up, at great expense, the Egyptian economy were nullified at one stroke. But this indirect defeat merely capped its long string of previous defeats. The vast investment lost in China, $1 billion investment in Indonesia lost in the anti-communist bloodbath of 1965, $1.5 billion worth of aid to India, which has not resulted in any appreciable increase in Indian communist power, nor prevented the Indian Communist Party from being split right down the middle between pro-Peking and pro-Moscow wings. With the demise of Patrice Lumumba in the Congo and Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, its influence in Africa has collapsed. Not permanently, to be sure, but to the extent of providing an unforgettable lesson. Russians are white men, too, and that ethnological fact will always limit their influence on the vast non-white populations of the world. The Soviet economy is not so strong that it can afford to keep Castro's Cuba afloat at a cost of $500 million a year, only to watch Castro attempt to eliminate Soviet influence in Latin America. In this particular context, it is mostly a matter of deciding whether Castro's nuisance value to the United States is greater or lesser than it is to the Russians who are footing the bill. All this, following upon earlier defeats of the 1940s and 1950s in Iran, Greece, Turkey, Berlin, and Korea, makes it plain that Soviet Russia's freedom of maneuver in foreign affairs is becoming increasingly limited. And in their disillusionment about the doubtful benefits accruing to them from the worldwide expansion of communism, the Russians can well ponder Lenin's prophetic words, uttered against those West European petty bourgeois Democrats who call themselves Marxists and who disputed the possibility of building up a Marxist socialist state in such a backward country as Russia. Our European Philistines are not even aware that the coming revolutions in Eastern countries, which have a vastly greater population and are distinguished by a vastly greater diversity of social condition, will undoubtedly present them with still greater peculiarities than the Russian Revolution. Could Lenin have foreseen the actual threat that the communization of China would present to Russia? Perhaps the most striking aspect of this situation is that the Soviet leadership is no longer interested in the expansion of communism per se, but only in its own worldwide power contest with the United States. One proof is the immense amount of military and economic aid extended to Arab states, all of which, with the possible exception of Syria, do not even tolerate a communist party in their midst. The progress of Marxism. Leninism in the Arab world is almost nil, but the Arabs tend, atavistically, to be anti-Western. Hence, it is more profitable for the Soviet leaders to forget about the staunch anti-communism of the Arabs and develop their nuisance value to the West. After their remarkable victory in June 1967, the Israelis revealed that among the captured Soviet weapons in the Sinai was an enormous quantity of highly sophisticated weaponry of the latest manufacture, such as had not been distributed by the Russians to their East European communist allies, who are members of the Warsaw Pact or War 10. In other words, the Russians will go far in supplying those non-Western people, regardless of their attitude to communism as such, who are in the direct firing line of the United States or its allies and satellites. They will do so for their own Russian geopolitical reasons, not in any hope that their assisted allies will become part of the fractured communist fraternity. In 1967, the cost was high and the result disastrous because of the Arabs' shortcomings and the Russians' lack of control over them. The price was even higher in terms of the temporary alienation of all the non-communist but left wing movements in Western countries, all of which were, to a man, in favor of Israel and profoundly shocked by Moscow's one-sided policy. In turn, this loss of left-wing goodwill was harmful, both to the local communist parties in the West and to Soviet Russia's campaign to arouse world public opinion against the United States policy in Vietnam. It even had a nefarious impact on the communist structure of some of its East European satellites, notably in Poland and Czechoslovakia. Not to mention the disaffection of some of its own Russian Jews. But the traditional centuries-old Russian policy of acquiring a zone of influence in the contiguous Middle East overrode all objections and cast aside all obstacles. At any time, under any circumstances, Moscow would be happy to trade the Middle East against Southeast Asia, an impossible trade in any case. Internal and external problems and weaknesses have profoundly altered the Soviet Union's outlook. Regardless of internecine intrigues within Moscow's leadership, regardless of the temporary shifts of influence between Russian hard-liners and soft-liners, this profound alteration will have consequences with which all future Soviet governments will have to reckon. One is the change in depth of the Soviet people's social metabolism, its growing emphasis on its Russianness, its development toward an increasingly consumer-oriented society, and hence its growing conservatism. The other, looking outward, is its growing disillusionment with the expansion of communism per se, its increasing emphasis on the protection of its own geopolitical position as Soviet Union rather than Holy Land of international communism, without in any way intending to throw away the precious leverage it possesses as important member and nominal head of the worldwide Marxist faith. Furthermore, twice during the 1960s, in the fall of 1962 and in June 1967, Moscow refused to push its nuclear confrontation with America to the danger point and hastily backed away from the brink. Nor did the United States recklessly push its advantage in these circumstances. The cool-headed apparatchiks who now lead the Soviet establishment are no longer revolutionaries, even though they may be fervent Marxists. They are realists, whose apparently reckless moves in foreign policy spring more from misinformation and misunderstanding of the opponent's reactions than from desire to upset the world's apple cart. And the area of misinformation and misunderstanding is shrinking perceptibly as both the United States and the Soviet Union begin to learn the rules of this new game of international chess. The Russians want to preserve and increase the material gains obtained since the Second World War, not throw them away for the sake of their ideology. As a result, the Soviet Union has become almost respectable as a superpower. In a Western sense, that is, a pragmatic preoccupation with economic prosperity and power, and increasing, if still limited, liberalization at home, a desire for peace whenever its vital interests are not threatened, abroad. When, in September 1965, the Soviet Union arbitrated the establishment of peace between India and Pakistan and sponsored the Tashkent Agreement. It not only acted as an honest broker, it also acted with the full approval and backing of the United States. Both superpowers share the same concern for the safety and welfare of India, not so much out of an altruistic feeling for the welfare of the Indians as out of a common distrust of the Chinese menace in the Himalayas. Sensing this unity of purpose, India lost no time when the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty came to be discussed, in announcing in April 1967 that it would not agree to sign it unless both the United States and the Soviet Union would give New Delhi a joint guarantee against a nuclear attack by Red China. 411. Very slowly, but surely, the shadowy outline of the Great Condominium is becoming visible. The vague contours of this worldwide understanding are beginning to emerge out of the fog which is surrounding us. The condominium will be essentially a tacit alliance between two imperial states, not between irreconcilable and competing ideologies. It will be the partial conjunction of their national and imperial interests that will serve as foundation for their virtual alliance, which will, in no way, put an end to their rivalry. Indeed, the prospects are that they will continue to compete through multitudes of local conflict, and the increasing power of the Soviet Navy, the determination of the Russians to have a military capability of striking at a great distance from their borders, prove that they will persist in exporting their influence to distant shores and assist their more communist or non-communist allies everywhere, thus nursing a precious element of their worldwide political leverage, compelling the United States to fight and attempt to destroy their influence locally, or come to terms with them and accept the establishment of various local Soviet spheres of influence. The Russo-American condominium will never be an official affair. It will never be embodied in a formal, all-inclusive treaty of alliance or a stated partition of the world into precisely delimited spheres of influence. It will eliminate neither countless rivalries nor peaceful quarrels. But it has been, and continues to be, in the making. Every world crisis brings it closer, and it is already an accomplished fact at the highest technological level, where only the most extraordinary breakthrough in technological research could upset the present balance of power and terror. However vague its contours, the Great Condominium is bound to fill many of the world's nations with consternation. It already has, to an extent, in connection with the debates on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The West Germans protested that it should not become the instrument of a greater inequality among nations. 413 Italy's socialist deputy, Premier Pietro Nenning, stating that he favored the treaty, nevertheless added, "It is true that it sanctions the supremacy of Washington and Moscow in nuclear armaments, and this cannot make us happy. But this is a fact whose negative aspect certainly cannot be corrected with the spread of nuclear arms." Harlan Cleveland, American ambassador to NATO, complained that while the Europeans had for years been urging the two superpowers to settle their differences, they were now complaining about a Soviet-American condominium. West German Chancellor Kurt Georg Kiesinger lamented that the United States and the Soviet Union were attempting to create an atomic confederacy. In December 1967. Resentment at the Soviet Union and the United States for backstage efforts to agree between themselves on nuclear and space treaties has erupted into open revolt by some nuclear countries here, reported an American correspondent from Geneva. And in a January 1968 issue of the Bayern Courier, West German Finance Minister Franz Josef Strauss blasted out that NATO would be turned into a comedy because it would have to renounce the whole concept of who the enemy was after the sly or Russian-American goings on in Geneva. I can the common market would stagnate in the case of a signing. We would accordingly have to look forward to becoming a nation of shopkeepers. The reservations of France would degrade the Élysée-German-French Friendship Treaty to a historical paper. The mere fact that both superpowers work in a common interest, even if they hardly admit it in public, raises the specter of parallelism. All these are European complaints. What of those to be heard in the future among the Afro-Asian neutralists who played East against West so profitably for years? The fact is that the United States and the Soviet Union both spend altogether well over $100 billion a year in armaments, and they could both use a sizable portion of these gigantic sums for their own internal welfare. But this cannot be done unless they establish this condominium, and this in turn, however great their mutual desire to do so, cannot come about quickly for fear of losing allies and satellites. But only thus can a reasonable world order come about. Only thus can the United Nations function as it was intended that it should. And the place where this world order can be displayed to greatest effectiveness, where the condominium may become a political reality of the first magnitude, is Europe, on both sides of the Iron Curtain. Here is where Charles de Gaulle's recurring nightmare might well become concrete reality. The condominium would imply an actual freezing of the de facto situation in Eastern Europe, an overall acceptance of the status quo on the continent. More than anything else, it would imply final acceptance of Germany's post-war borders with Poland and its indefinite partition into two separate states. West German Chancellor Kiesinger understood this so well that, in March 1968, in the first State of the Nation speech ever delivered in the Bundestag, he claimed that West Germany and Western Europe should seek their future outside the framework of a North Atlantic imperium, arguing, quite correctly, that such a solution would transform the demarcation line which divides Germany and Europe into a permanent border wall. This is precisely what the future is most likely to have in store for Germany and Europe, and the North Atlantic Imperium is the natural corollary of such a permanent demarcation line. The time is long past when, to the leaders of the Kremlin, the communization of Germany was the first order of the day, as it was after Lenin had seized power in Petrograd, and again after Stalin had pushed his armies beyond Berlin. The time is long past when the Soviet leaders would gladly accept the unification of Germany, provided it took place under the aegis of the German Communist Party. Stalin himself is alleged to have stated repeatedly that communism fitted Germany as a saddle fits a cow, an un-Marxian remark, but a revealing one. The Russians no longer want a united Germany, whether communist or not. They are quite content with a Western Germany separated from their sphere of influence by another buffer German state under their military control. They are not happy to watch West Germany develop the most powerful army and the most prosperous economy on the continent. But that is a minor inconvenience compared with the nightmare of a united Germany of 85 million disciplined, warlike, and technologically competent people ready to strike out again. The trauma of World War II, the devastating invasion and the 20 million Russian lives sacrificed is still with Moscow's leaders, and will be for a long time. More than one responsible Soviet Russian must recall Heinrich Heine's verse, Denk ich an Deutschland in der Nacht, dann bin ich den Schlaf gebracht. And like the poet himself, be robbed of their sleep, if, in the night, they think of Germany. The Russians are without a shred of illusion concerning the sentiments of all Germans toward them. Even East Germany they consider a captive state, no more, no less. It is well worth quoting at length Oleg Penkovsky's remarks, dating back to 1961. There is talk in senior military circles, especially among Kupin's group and others stationed in East Germany, that in case of a Berlin crisis or a war, we would have to kill both West and East Germans. Everything is ready to fight, not only against West Germany, but East Germany as well, because both sorts of Germans are basically anti-Soviet. Fedorov specifically told me that the military, in spite of their great strength, are afraid that the Germans will set up barricades, trap them, and make it impossible for them to get back to their bases. The Soviets stationed in East Germany are afraid that during the very first night of hostilities, the Germans will begin to massacre all the Soviet military personnel in East Germany. 120! This, of course, suggests that a reunited Germany would tend to, if only on account of the pent-up frustrations of the East Germans themselves, to be violently anti-Russian, a prospect which would in no way induce Soviet Russia to allow it, having already to contend with an increasingly hostile Red China in the back. In the Russians' preference for a permanently split Germany, they are fully backed by many of their satellites. Whatever misgivings the Poles and the Czechs may have on other grounds, they are at one with their Russian overlords on that question. Furthermore, since the wall sliced Berlin in half in 1961, East Germany has almost become a going concern and an industrial power in its own right. It has accelerated its separate development, moving away from its skin, deep Western traditions, and from the rest of Germany. It is all too often forgotten that German unity was a very recent affair, brought about by war in 1870, that what one war had put together, another might tear apart, and that there is no particular reason why one nation should not be split up into several states. Bismarck's entire policy since 1866 has been repudiated. The Second and Third Reich have collapsed in ruins and will not be rebuilt. The forceful and artificial unification of the whole of Germany into one nation-state has been undone, never to be put together in our lifetime. Were it not for the communist fact in East Germany, most Westerners could and would agree that a partitioned Germany is desirable, just as desirable as the separation between the West German state and Austria. While the partition of Germany is the core of the European problem, it is not the sole element. For those who remember Eastern Europe between the world wars, the petty national rivalries, the oppression of minorities, and all the evils of an absurd Balkanization, an enforced peace is clearly the only solution. The world cannot afford to see the Poles, Czechs, Slovaks, Romanians, Hungarians, Croatians, Slovenians, Serbs, and Bulgars at each other's throats again. The Pax Sovietica that was imposed upon them after World War II had plenty of evil features, but through fire and bloodshed, it has imposed peace upon them. The course of world history has determined that peace in Eastern Europe could only be imperial and imposed from the outside. The same course of world history has also determined that this imperial peace would be imposed by the Slavs and not the Germans. At great cost and suffering, a balance of power has been achieved between East and West across the body of Europe, cutting the continent in half, a well-deserved punishment for its suicidal conflicts. In spite of all the pious wishes expressed in the West, this balance of power is not about to be disrupted. The last, and most propitious, time for such disruption would have been in the fall of 1956, when Hungary revolted. The divided West did nothing, and forfeited its right to tear down the Iron Curtain. Since then, a tacit acceptance of the situation has become evident, accompanied by the hope in the West that the curtain would just melt away in time. And melt to a certain extent it has in the 1960s. Increased economic, cultural, and touristic exchanges between the two halves of the continent have multiplied. Just as many signs indicate that many developments in Eastern Europe appear to parallel those that symbolize the profound changes in Soviet Russia itself. A new historical consciousness, a new fascination with the national pasts, which many mistake for a rebirth of anti-communist nationalism, but is nothing of the sort. An effective rebirth of anti-communist and anti-Russian nationalism died in Hungary in 1956. What is taking place, however, is a rebirth of sorts, a rebirth of national consciousness and specificity, which is mildly anti-Russian but hardly anti-communist. Not that the Russians trust their European satellites wholeheartedly, since Marshal Vorontsov is alleged to have remarked in 1961, "They say we must give our brother Slavs missile weapons. We give them missiles now, and later they will stick a knife in our back." Polish Premier Gomulka reminded General de Gaulle, during his 1967 visit to Poland, that all the former victims of Germany still look, and will go on looking, to Soviet Russia as their natural protector. True enough, the further removed from Germany, the greater the freedom from Russian supervision they can afford. Yugoslavia, Albania, and Romania can all behave like autonomous entities and, occasionally, flout Russian wishes. Even the Czechs and Slovaks felt free early in 1968 to overthrow the Stalinist regime of Antonin Novotny and initiate a new economic policy under the guidance of Oda Sik, the Czech equivalent of Russia's Yevsey Liberman. But the terrible example of Hungary will always be there to remind them that they can never cross the threshold of Soviet Russia's own imperial security. In other words, that they remain potential hostages of the superpower to the east. There has never been, and never will be, as far as the prophetic eye can see, a Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals. Not only is Russia, with its immense Asian extensions, another continent sui generis, it has firmly established its paramount influence on its side of the curtain, and nothing will remove it short of a nuclear conflict. Nationalist rebellions may occur, but never to the extent of prying Soviet paramountcy loose from Eastern Europe. Charles de Gaulle's vision of the Europe of the future, rid of the domination of the superpowers, is sheer utopia. But this gradual freezing of the situation in Europe cannot come about without entailing great dangers for the Western alliance, already considerably shaken by de Gaulle's own gradual withdrawal into an increasingly neutralist position. As time goes on, however, it becomes more and more apparent that Charles de Gaulle could only be, and quite unconsciously, a stalking horse for the Russians who are aiming at far bigger game, nothing less than the worldwide condominium with the Americans. By playing up to the Lord of the Élysée, Moscow could only hope to induce the Americans to accelerate the establishment of this condominium. The wave of anti-Americanism that swept through West Germany when Bonn first perceived the ghostly contours of the Russo-American condominium that was beginning to take shape had nothing to do with Gaullist propaganda. Germany began to fear that it would become the major casualty of this dual hegemony, that it not only would be asked to accept its new borders with Poland and its de facto partition into two antagonistic states, but would be forever barred from any kind of peaceful nuclear development as well. Chancellor Kurt Georg Kiesinger rose to power on this wave of anti-Americanism, fair warning that the making of the condominium would have to be compensated for somehow. Like many other Europeans, he staked his hopes on European unity, but he also staked his hopes on the preservation of NATO and the Atlantic Alliance. Given all the elements that go into making the reality of the situation, it is clear that a united Europe, operating independently of both the Soviet Union and the United States, is and will remain a myth, an unattainable goal. As to NATO, shorn of its geographical keystone, which is France, it is fast becoming a ghost from the increasingly distant past, cut into separate portions covering the North Sea and the Mediterranean, geographically unconnected with one another. Its only remaining reality rests on the large West German army and the 250,000 American troops stationed in Western Europe. The true compensation for the great condominium to come would be, and eventually has to be, the deliberate creation of a North Atlantic Confederation. The web of political, military, economic, financial, and cultural connections between the two shores of the ocean is becoming so tight, so thick, and so strong that it can never be torn apart, not even by Charles de Gaulle at his worst, and that it is in increasing need of institutionalization within a new and adequate political framework. In days to come, when Britain will have joined whatever common market there is, and Charles de Gaulle will only be a nameplate on a grave, when the web across the North Atlantic has become tighter and stronger yet, the urge to unite across the ocean will become much stronger than the urge to unite merely that half of Europe that lies in the West. New Soviet threats toward Western Europe are not necessarily required to impel both Americans and Europeans toward this new political formula. The main agent, the honest but interested broker, is likely to be Britain. Only thus could Britain be persuaded to accept the unification of Western Europe. which would then become only part of a much larger unit. And only thus could West Germany be persuaded to forego its dream of reunification and fully accept the inescapable establishment of the condominium. The tacit understanding that is developing between the two superpowers is all but inevitable. It would probably have come about without the existence of nuclear power, which now makes it imperative for the survival of the entire human race. Historically, and except for the Cold War, the Americans and the Russians had maintained distant but friendly relations, without any basic cause for quarrel. Geographically remote, yet both rooted in a Christian outlook, they were never emotionally involved with one another, as Americans had become involved in China, both as missionaries and as resentful hosts to Chinese immigrants on the West Coast. As Alexis de Tocqueville had already pointed out long ago, there were great similarities in their historical and geographical circumstances. Westward, the course of empire for the United States, and eastward for Russia. Both conquered vast, empty spaces, and both were marked by the frontier experience. Rough riding cowboys in the far west, Cossacks in Siberia. Yet, for all that, material development has been far swifter in America than in Russia. It still is today. In the condominium to come, at least in its early stages, the Russians will definitely be the junior partners, very much as the Parthian realm, ostensibly an enemy, was in fact the junior partner of the far more extensive and powerful Roman Empire. American achievement has always been, and remains, the yardstick whereby the Russians measure their own achievements. Their major and often stated goal is to overtake the United States, economically and technologically. Respect is not all one-sided, and more than one American respects the recent achievements of the Soviet Russians in science and technological developments, as others admire Russia's great pre-revolutionary literature and music. There is no need to embrace the convergence theory according to which Soviet society is bound to evolve towards some form of capitalist organization, while the Westerners are marching full speed ahead towards socialism. The two realms will develop differently, according to their own atavistic inclinations, but keeping all the channels of communication open and opening new ones. They will continue to compete with one another on many levels. But they have been for years, building the chessboard and defining the rules of this new worldwide game. Rules and regulations forged during the numerous international crises. The chessboard is now about completed and the rules set. Like civilized chess players, who would not dream of throwing the chessboard at each other. Americans and Russians will abide by the rules of the game as they have been developed, not forgetting that they are not always in full control of their chessmen, who may, at times, be motivated by other considerations than those of their patrons. They will come to accept each other's empires and zones of influence, and hopefully, in the more or less distant future, will focus their competitive instincts on a peaceful exploration of outer space while jointly ruling the Earth.